Home Minister Amidst just a couple of days back.
उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में इंडिया गठबंधन के प्रत्याशी सुदर्शन रेड्डी साहब को जिताना इसलिए देश के लिए और संविधान के लिए जरूरी है। निश्चित रूप से इंडिया गठबंधन के प्रत्याशी सुदर्शन रेड्डी साहब जीतेंगे।
Or fellow Hyderabad MP and AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi announcing his support.
The India bloc parties have unanimously decided to support his candidature, support him, and day after tomorrow the elections will be held. We hope he will perform well, and moreover we have appealed to all parties to vote according to their conscience who can be the best candidate in the given situation, and defending the constitution and democratic values.
And then the big question, how it would impact politics of the country going forward.
जहां तक प्रश्न है कि बिहार में उपराष्ट्रपति चुनाव के परिणाम का असर होगा कि नहीं, मुझे लगता है टेम्पो तो हर चुनाव के परिणाम का बनता है। अगर एनडीए अपने जो उनके मत हैं उससे अधिक मतों से अपने उम्मीदवार राधाकृष्णन जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद का उम्मीदवार चुन लिए जाते हैं वो, तो निश्चित रूप से निसंदेह इसका असर बिहार विधानसभा के आगामी चुनाव पर पड़ेगा। और ये एनडीए वर्सेस महागठबंधन की जो लड़ाई बिहार विधानसभा में चुनाव में होने वाली है, उस पर जो एनडीए के एक हौसला बुलंद होगा, उनके नेताओं को कहने का मिलेगा, एक नैरेटिव सेट होगा। तो मैं इस बात में बहुत कन्विंस्ड हूं कि उपराष्ट्रपति पद के चुनाव परिणाम का असर बिहार विधानसभा चुनाव पर न सिर्फ पड़ेगा बल्कि एनडीए के पक्ष में एक माहौल संभवतः बनेगा।
It is over to Tuesday in the Parliament for the next Vice President of India.
Moving on, viewers, on 29th of August, Thailand saw the ousting of its Prime Minister over an ethics violation just a year into being in power. On the 7th of September came the royal endorsement, election and appointment of Thailand's new Prime Minister, veteran politician Notin, and here's more on that.
Thailand has a new Prime Minister. Anutin Virakul received royal endorsement on Sunday, officially assuming office following the dismissal of former Prime Minister Srinagar. Srinagar was ousted over ethical violations tied to a leaked phone call with former Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Sen. In the recording, she was heard criticizing her own military's actions in a border dispute with Cambodia, remarks that ultimately led to her removal. The new Prime Minister received his letter of appointment at a ceremony held at party headquarters in Bangkok. He pledged to make full use of his 4-month tenure, promising a no days off, no holidays approach to governance.
แม้จะมีเวลาไม่มากนักแต่ผมมั่นใจว่าผมจะได้รับการสนับสนุนจากทุกฝ่ายผมจะทุ่มเททำงานอย่างเต็มที่เวลาน้อยเวลา4 เดือนดังนั้นตัวผมและคณะรัฐมนตรีจะไม่มีวันหยุดไม่มีพักร้อนและถ้าเป็นไปได้ต้องไม่มีการเจ็บป่วยนะครับไม่มีฮอลิเดย์ไม่มีวันที่จะบอกว่าพักผ่อนกับครอบครัวยกเว้นพักผ่อนตามความต้องการของร่างกายในทุกๆวัน
Virakul also vowed to push for constitutional reform and to call an early general election. He previously served as Thailand's health minister during the COVID-19 pandemic, a role that drew criticism at the time for perceived delays in response. As Thailand enters a new political chapter, all eyes are on Prime Minister Virakul, whose short but critical tenure could shape the nation's path forward.
Moving on, viewers, there's turmoil in Tokyo. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba stepped down amid growing party pressure and fallout over US tariffs and the recent poll drubbing. His exit marks another shake-up in already unstable government. Take a look.
Political turmoil deepens in Japan. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced his decision to step down. The move follows mounting pressure from within his own party to take responsibility for historic defeat in July's parliamentary election. Ishiba, who assumed office in October, had long resisted calls, mainly from right-wing opponents in his party, to resign. He argued that stepping down prematurely would create a political vacuum at a time when Japan faces key domestic and historic challenges. However, Ishiba also linked his resignation to the controversial US tariffs.
私どもの政権とトランプ政権との信頼関係のもとに成り立った合意でございますので、私どもの政権においてその責任を全うすべきでありましたが、このような形になったことは実に心残りであります。
The resignation came just a day before the Liberal Democratic Party was set to decide on holding an early leadership election, a virtual no-confidence motion against Ishiba if approved. In a televised press conference, Ishiba said that he would initiate a leadership vote to elect his successor, rendering Monday's decision unnecessary.
国民の皆様方に対して果たすべき責任を着実に果たし、新しい総裁総理にその先を託したいと思っております。
Had he stayed on, Ishiba would have faced an uphill battle, managing a deeply divided party and a fragile minority government.
なかなかずっとやめるって言ってやめなかったので、まあ国民としてもこうやめてほしいというか、まあ新しく変わってほしいなっていうのはあったので、まあやめるって聞いて。 まあ良かったのかなっていう思う反面、次こう誰がなるのかっていうところのこう不安というか心配の面もあります。
これだけいろいろ税金のこととかそういうのもありますんで、皆さんが暮らしやすい政治って言いますか、そうですね。何か偏った特定のところに偏ったわけじゃなく、広く浅くいろんな方が救われるような政治になればいいな。特定の身内のところだけが助かるんではなく、
In July, his ruling coalition party failed to secure a majority in the 248-seat upper house during a crucial parliamentary election, further destabilizing his government. This loss came on the heels of a prior defeat in the lower house, where the party-led coalition also lost its majority. The decision followed a meeting with Agricultural Minister and former Prime Minister Suga, his perceived mentor, who reportedly advised Ishiba to resign ahead of today's vote.
Moving on, viewers, Kiev is under fire again. Russia launched its largest aerial attack since the war began, striking Ukraine's capital with hundreds of drones and missiles. At least 2 are dead as the tensions escalate.
A residential building in Kyiv was hit and damaged overnight into Sunday as Russia launched its largest aerial assault on Ukraine since the war began. The attack involved a massive barrage of drones and missiles targeting Ukraine's capital. Local resident Alexander Samokish described the moment he was woken by the explosion.
Спал, услышал взрыв, дом дрогнулся. Собрался, вышел, посмотрел, беда, горит на 6-м этаже балкон, моя машина разбита, еще стекла повылетали.
At least 2 people were killed while smoke rose from the roof of a key government building in the heart of Kyiv. Onlookers saw plumes of smoke from the Cabinet of Ministers building, though it remained unclear whether it was hit directly or struck by fallen debris, marking a dangerous escalation in Russia's air campaign. Ukraine's Air Force confirmed that its sources shot down and neutralized 747 drones and 4 missiles. In total, Russia launched 804 drones and decoys with 9 missile hits and 56 drone strikes across 37 locations in Ukraine. Debris from intercepted attacks landed in 8 different locations. Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson said that this was the largest drone strike since the full-scale invasion began. This marks the second massive Russian drone and missile attack on Kyiv in just 2 weeks, as hopes for peace talks continue to fade. The attack comes amid growing international pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the war, with 26 of Ukraine's allies pledging to deploy a reassurance force once the conflict ends. Ukrainian President Zelensky reaffirmed his willingness to meet Putin for peace talks and call on US President Donald Trump to impose tougher sanctions on Russia.
News coming in from across the globe. Boko Haram terrorists killed dozens of people in nighttime assault on a village in northeastern Nigeria that is home to residents who had recently returned from a camp for internally displaced persons. Borno State Governor confirmed that over 60 died in the attack. The Bama local government area was the target of several Boko Haram attacks a decade ago, forcing many residents to flee. Following military operations in the area in recent years, authorities had resettled the displaced people in several communities, most recently the village of Darul Jamal in July. Guyana's President finally was sworn in for a second term on Sunday after officially being declared winner of last week's elections, as small South American country reaps a windfall from offshore oil and gas production. The country's electoral commission certified Ali's win on Saturday, saying that he had secured a resounding victory and that his People's Progressive Party had secured a majority in parliament with 36 of 65 seats. Thousands of pro-Palestine demonstrators took to streets in Brussels on Sunday, called for the end of the war in Gaza. It comes as Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to push forward with Israel's operations in Gaza City as negotiations between Israel and Hamas continued to falter. Israeli and Danish foreign ministers meet in Jerusalem. They spoke on the Gaza situation with the Danish foreign minister, emphasizing that Denmark is extremely concerned about the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and that's why he wants to use the opportunity to repeat their calls for Israel to stop the military offensive in Gaza. This to ensure an immediate and unhindered humanitarian assistance. US President Donald Trump denied that he was going to war with Chicago after he posted an illustration of himself against the Chicago skyline ablaze with flames and helicopters on Truth Social. He claims that he just wants to clean up American cities so that 5 people are not killed every weekend. This comes ahead of Trump's plans to deploy National Guards to Chicago amidst his administration's crackdown on illegal immigrants. Because the Gaza city is ravaged again. Israel's military destroys another high-rise as the Israeli Prime Minister signaled deeper military action to crush Hamas and its ties to Iran. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis is only intensifying.
The Israeli military has destroyed a high-rise block in Gaza City. This is the second major tower it has bombed in the past 2 days, as it warned the residents of Palestine to leave for the south as its forces advance deeper in the region to capture the city. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a stern message during cabinet meeting as Israel deepens its military operations in Gaza.
אנחנו מעמיקים את התמרון בפאתי העיר עזה ובתוך העיר עזה. אנחנו מחסלים מחבלי נוח'בה שנטלו חלק משמעותי בטבח של ה-7 באוקטובר, כולל אותו מחבל ארור שהתקשר להוראה והתגאה שהוא רצח 10 ישראלים במו ידיו. טוב, אנחנו התקשרנו עכשיו למשפחה והודענו לה שהמחבל הזה חוסל, וזה מסר ברור שאנחנו נגיע לכולם.
Netanyahu stressed that Israel is targeting both terrorist infrastructures and leadership while trying to facilitate safe passage for civilians.
אנחנו מחסלים תשתיות טרור, אנחנו מחסלים מגדלי טרור מופללים, ואנחנו הקמנו עוד מרחב הומניטרי לאפשר לאוכלוסייה האזרחית בעזה לצאת למקום מבטחים וגם לקבל שם את הסיוע ההומניטרי.
He accused Hamas of deliberately trying to keep civilians trapped, to use them as human shields.
בינתיים יצאו מעזה כ-100,000 איש. החמאס מנסה לעשות הכל כדי שלא יצאו, וישארו שם כדי שיהוו עבורו מגן אנושי. הוא אגב לא בוחל באמצעים, אנחנו ראינו רק לאחרונה שהוא יורה בנשים וילדים, יורה להם ברגליים, אבל אם צריך יורה בהם. ולכן צפוי שהוא ינסה למנוע את היציאה שמחויבת גם מבחינה אנושית וגם מבחינת כל תפיסת המלחמה שלנו. אנחנו רוצים להתמקד במחבלים עצמם ולאפשר לאוכלוסייה האזרחית לצאת החוצה.
Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu framed the operation as part of a wider effort to dismantle the so-called Iranian Axis.
המאמץ שלנו בעזה, על המבצרים האחרונים, בעצם המבצר האחרון, החשוב, העיר עזה, זה חלק מהמאמץ שלנו להשלים את ריסוק טבעת החנק של הציר האיראני. והציר הזה הרי נועד להשמיד את מדינת ישראל, ובפירוק ובפגיעה בו אנחנו בעצם מסירים עוד איום קיומי, או את האיום הקיומי הראשוני על ישראל.
In closing, Netanyahu dismissed international criticism and reaffirmed his priorities.
אם אני צריך לבחור בין ניצחון על אויבינו לבין תעמולה רעה נגדנו, אני בוחר בניצחון על אויבינו, ומאשר ההפך. אני לא רוצה כתבות שאנחנו נובס על ידי אויבינו, ושנקבל כתבות ספד טובות בתקשורת העולמית. אני בוחר בניצחון.
As the conflict in Gaza intensifies, the world watches closely amid growing fears of a deepening humanitarian crisis. With both sides entrenched in their positions, the path to peace remains uncertain, and the cost of war continues to mount.
Coming up on the other side, viewers, Prime Minister Modi to address the valedictory session on day 2 of the NDA MP workshop. More details on the other side. We take a short break.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. So, did you sleep well? Who doesn't like hearing good news first thing in the morning? And similarly, when someone asks thoughtful questions and shows that they care about us, it feels just as good. And that question is, did you sleep well? So tell me, did you sleep well? And don't forget to ask your loved ones the same question. It will surely brighten up their day. And now let's take a look at the big stories we are tracking for you. Here are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address valedictory session on day 2 of NDA MP workshop. Kiren Rijuju slams Congress over dinner party ahead of VP elections, says we will not do any party amid floods in the country. Congress President insults farmers, accuses a farmer who complained of crop loss of seeking publicity. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister to interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the United States. US President Donald Trump has signaled readiness for fresh sanctions on Russia, aligning with calls from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. When asked about possible new sanctions during an interaction with the reporters at the White House, Donald Trump gave a blunt reply. He said, "Yeah, I am." He offered no further details, but the remark echoes growing signals from his administration about tougher economic measures targeting Moscow and its trading partners. And earlier, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent publicly pressed for stricter penalties on nations still importing Russian crude. He argued that only a near collapse of Russia's economy could push President Vladimir Putin towards peace talks. So, US President Donald Trump has confirmed that he is prepared to move forward with further sanctions against Russia. And this coming in hours after Moscow launched its largest ever aerial assault on Ukraine. So, a reporter asked a question, "Are you ready to move to the second phase of the sanctions against Russia?" To which Donald Trump replied, "Yeah, I am." So, this coming in after Moscow launched its largest ever aerial assault on Ukraine. And US President Donald Trump has also now signaled his readiness for fresh sanctions on Russia. And this aligning with the calls from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
The second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin.
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think of all the move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think of all the move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think to move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think of all the move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think of all the move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin?
How was your call with the Prime Minister?
What do you think of all the
have more breaking news coming in. Ukrainian President Zelensky has also called for sanctions on Russia after it launched its largest aerial assault. Now, Zelensky said that the statement by state leaders and institutions must be backed by strong actions such as sanctions against Russia and individuals connected with Russia, which he suggested through tariffs and trade restrictions with Russia. He said, and I quote him now, "It is important that today we saw a broad response from our partners to this strike. Clearly, Russia is trying to inflict pain on Ukraine with even more brazen attacks. This is a clear sign that Putin is testing the world whether they will accept or tolerate this," unquote. Remember, this statement coming in after Russia launched its largest aerial assault of the Ukraine war, deploying more than 800 drones and striking a Kiev government building for the very first time. So, Ukrainian President Zelensky calling for sanctions against Russia after it launched its largest aerial attack on Ukraine. Zelensky said that statement by the world leaders and institutions must be backed by strong actions. So, Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling for sanctions on Russia, and Donald Trump himself has also said that he is ready for the second round of sanctions against Russia. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has issued what he called last warning to Hamas, urging it to accept a deal and release the hostages from Gaza. He says that Hamas needs to accept his terms to end its war with Israel as it continues to press for an end to the fighting. Donald Trump said that he has warned Hamas about the consequences and called his message the last warning, underscoring that there will be not another one. In a post, Donald Trump said, and I quote him now, "Everyone wants the hostages home. Everyone wants this war to end. The Israelis have accepted my terms. It is time for Hamas to accept as well. I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. This is my last warning. There will not be another one. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So big warning from US President Donald Trump to Hamas, asking it to accept a peace deal and also release the hostages from Gaza. Trump says that Israel is ready and Hamas needs to accept the terms as well. All right, let's get you some other news. Tuesday is a big day in New Delhi, and that is because the battle lines are drawn. Campaign is in full swing, and just that, not with the stump speeches, but silently over meetings, luncheons, and dinners. The members of Parliament would elect the next Vice President of India. And we would know by 7 p.m. day after tomorrow who wins. Now, some say it is a given, a no-brainer, given the numbers are heavily in favor of the NDA candidate, C.P. Radhakrishnan. So, is it then just going to be a symbolic fight for the NDA and Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy as well, or is it about a power test ahead of Bihar politics? Let's take a look at this report.
This cryptic post by former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, resigning on health grounds, set the ball rolling. The second highest office of the land had become vacant on the first day of the monsoon session of the Parliament. The Vice President of India also acts as an ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha, which is the upper house of the Parliament. While symbolic and ceremonial as Vice President, the role in Parliament is very crucial, even politically sensitive, given that often the majorities are thin and voting patterns fluid in the House of Elders.
Let the lobbies be cleared.
Dhankar had his share of controversies.
Let the lobbies be opened.
And even resignation of his did not make the opposition believe.
Why he resigned, nobody knows till now. He only said health reasons.
But now the poll to elect his successor is upon us. Members of both the houses of the Parliament would vote on Tuesday, September 9th, to make the next VP pick.
In the President's election, the members of the state legislature also participate, whereas the Electoral College for the Vice President comprises only the members of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The second point is that the nominated members of the Rajya Sabha do not participate in the President's election, but they do participate in the Vice President's election. On the 9th of September, the election will be held through the process called proportional representation by way of a single transferable vote. For this purpose, a ballot paper will be issued to the members of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and they have to record their preference on that ballot paper. Now in order to be valid, at least number 1 must be recorded against one of the candidates. Whether second or third preference is recorded or not is not material.
Election Commission is charged with holding the election, which happens as per the provisions of Article 64 to 68 of the Constitution. The Electoral College has 788 members, 545 of the Lok Sabha and 243 of the Rajya Sabha. In the present, with 1 vacancy in the Lok Sabha and 5 in the Rajya Sabha, the Tuesday election would see 782 votes in play.
Since in this election only 2 candidates are there, recording of the first preference is adequate. If there were more candidates, then the importance of the recording of second, third preference will come into light, because only the candidate who gets more than 50% of the valid votes cast gets elected. Since here that issue is not there, otherwise the third or fourth preference people would their votes would get transferred to the other candidates. So here, since there are only 2 candidates, the candidate who gets more than 50%, that is 50% plus 1 vote of the Electoral College, will be declared as elected.
As per the Election Commission notification, the polling would take place between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. inside the Parliament, and counting of votes at 6 p.m. Let us come to the candidates now.
हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति के प्रत्याशी के रूप में हमारे महाराष्ट्र के राज्यपाल श्री C.P. राधाकृष्णन जी, चंद्रपुरम पुन्नास्वामी राधाकृष्णन जी, उनको हम एनडीए का प्रत्याशी बनाएंगे और वो एनडीए के प्रत्याशी के रूप में रहेंगे.
The NDA pick, C.P. Radhakrishnan, ticks the boxes on multiple counts. The sitting Maharashtra governor is an old RSS hand, putting to rest the grapevine about rift between the BJP and its ideological mothership. He comes from Tamil Nadu, a state going to polls next year, thus giving an edge to the NDA in the Dravidian narrative war. And he belongs to the OBC community, thus blunting the Rahul Gandhi politics over OBCs. The opposition was caught off guard.
आरएसएस का कार्यकर्ता है सीपी राधाकृष्णन जी, और हमारा क्लियर व्यू है कि मीन्स एक आरएसएस का कार्यकर्ता होने की वजह से उनका ये मौका मिला है, और हम इंडिया अलायंस एक सही स्ट्रैटेजी बनाएंगे. कांग्रेस इंडिया अलायंस का लीडर सारे मिलके तय करेंगे क्या करना है आगे का.
Ultimately, pulling out a former Supreme Court justice from retirement.
The opposition parties have nominated Sri B. Sudarshan Reddy Garu as their joint candidate, since he reflects fully and values that saved our country's freedom movement.
Even the Indie choice was not without a row.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रिकॉर्ड है, सलवा जुडम को इन्होंने खारिज कर दिया. आदिवासियों का आत्मरक्षा का जो अधिकार था उसको उन्होंने समाप्त कर दिया. इसके कारण इस देश में नक्सलवाद 2 दशक ज्यादा चला है. उस वक्त नक्सलवाद अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा था. जो स्कूल तबाह हो गए थे नक्सलियों के कारण, उस स्कूलों में सीआरपीएफ और सुरक्षा बल बैठे थे. रातों रात एक ऑर्डर करके सबको बाहर कर दिया. कई जगह हमले हुए सुरक्षा बलों पर. ये दोनों जजमेंट, इसका जवाब श्री सुदर्शन रेड्डी से ज्यादा राहुल गांधी ने देना चाहिए.
Opposition counters this with the RSS jibe at the NDA candidate.
चुनाव इंडिया और एनडीए के बीच में है। इंडिया का उम्मीदवार एक रिटायर्ड सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज है। एनडीए का उम्मीदवार आरएसएस का एक मेंबर है। राज्यसभा को चलाने के लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को समझना जरूरी। राज्यसभा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक चलाई जाती है। इंडिया का उम्मीदवार जीतेगा, कानून के मुताबिक, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक राज्यसभा चलाएगा। एनडीए का जीतेगा तो वो एक रबर स्टाम्प होगा, और अगर कहीं गलती की तो पिछले वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की तरह उन्हें निकाल के बाहर खड़ा कर दिया जाएगा। ये बात एनडीए के बहुत सारे एलाइज समझते हैं, इसलिए हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि इंडिया का उम्मीदवार ये चुनाव जीतेगा।
The stage is set, but how are numbers stacked?
देखिए, उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव के नतीजे पूरे देश को पता है। किस व्यक्ति को, किस उम्मीदवार को जीतना है, ये तय है। सवाल यही उठता है कि वो कितने वोटों से जीतेंगे। जिस प्रकार की रणनीति या स्ट्रेटेजी एनडीए के उम्मीदवार के लिए तैयार हुई है, मुझे लगता है कि एनडीए के जितने सदस्य हैं उससे अधिक मत जो औपचारिक सदस्य संख्या राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन की है, उससे अधिक मत एनडीए के उम्मीदवार को मिलने जा रहा है। ये एक मुझे लगता है कि तय है, पूरी दुनिया को पता है, पूरे देश को पता है, और 9 तारीख को देश को एक नया उपराष्ट्रपति मिलेगा, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है, और वो एनडीए का होगा, इसमें भी किसी को कोई संदेह नहीं है।
The reason why Vijay believes NDA might exceed its numbers is because the VP election happens with the secret ballot. The party whip does not apply.
दोनों कैंडिडेट्स पूरी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, तमाम राजनीतिक दलों से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, नेताओं के पास जा रहे हैं। नतीजा क्या निकलेगा ये तो वक्त बताएगा, लेकिन दोनों उम्मीदवार अपने अपने तरीके से और उनकी पार्टीज अपने अपने तरीके से मेहनत कर रही हैं। वक्त का इंतज़ार करना चाहिए कि कौन जीतता है।
The battle lines are drawn. This is Rajiv Rai, a Samajwadi Party MP, who had received birthday wishes from Home Minister Amidst just a couple of days back.
उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में इंडिया गठबंधन के प्रत्याशी सुदर्शन रेड्डी साहब को जिताना इसलिए देश के लिए और संविधान के लिए जरूरी है। निश्चित रूप से इंडिया गठबंधन के प्रत्याशी सुदर्शन रेड्डी साहब जीतेंगे।
Or fellow Hyderabad MP and AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi announcing his support.
The India bloc parties have unanimously decided to support his candidature, support him, and day after tomorrow the elections will be held. We hope he will perform well, and moreover we have appealed to all parties to vote according to their conscience who can be the best candidate in the given situation, and defending the constitution and democratic values.
And then the big question, how it would impact politics of the country going forward.
जहां तक प्रश्न है कि बिहार में उपराष्ट्रपति चुनाव के परिणाम का असर होगा कि नहीं, मुझे लगता है टेम्पो तो हर चुनाव के परिणाम का बनता है। अगर एनडीए अपने जो उनके मत हैं उससे अधिक मतों से अपने उम्मीदवार राधाकृष्णन जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद का उम्मीदवार चुन लिए जाते हैं वो, तो निश्चित रूप से निसंदेह इसका असर बिहार विधानसभा के आगामी चुनाव पर पड़ेगा। और ये एनडीए वर्सेस महागठबंधन की जो लड़ाई बिहार विधानसभा में चुनाव में होने वाली है, उस पर जो एनडीए के एक हौसला बुलंद होगा, उनके नेताओं को कहने का मिलेगा, एक नैरेटिव सेट होगा। तो मैं इस बात में बहुत कन्विंस्ड हूँ कि उपराष्ट्रपति पद के चुनाव परिणाम का असर बिहार विधानसभा चुनाव पर न सिर्फ पड़ेगा बल्कि एनडीए के पक्ष में एक माहौल संभवतः बनेगा।
It is over to Tuesday in the Parliament for the next Vice President of India.
And news from Tamil Nadu now. AIADMK General Secretary E.K. Palaniswamy launched a sharp attack on the DMK government during a speech in Athur, now accusing it of neglecting the Dindigul district. He pointed to the lack of major development projects over the last 4 years and also raised serious concerns over the state's law and order situation. Watch this report.
AIADMK leader EPS alleged that even after 52 months in power, the DMK government has not brought a single major project to Athur constituency. He pointed out that despite having a minister from the region, even Dindigul district as a whole has been overlooked by the current government. EPS said during the AIADMK regime, the long-pending demand of a government medical college hospital was fulfilled at a cost of Rs 350 crores, equipped with advanced surgery facilities. EPS also invoked freedom fighter Pasumpan Muthuramalinga Thevar, praising him as a leader who donated land without discrimination and uniquely contested and won both assembly and parliament elections simultaneously. He vowed to press for the Bharat Ratna honor for Thevar and demanded that Madurai airport be named after him.
இந்திய சுதந்திர போராட்டத்தில் தீவிரமாக பங்கேற்ற தெய்வ திருமகனார் பசும்பொன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் தன் வாழ்நாள் முழுவதும் அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுக்காக வாழ்ந்தவர். தனது சொத்தின் பெரும் பகுதியை ஜாதி மதம் பார்க்காமல் தானமாக மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்தவர். தேசிய தலைவரான தேவர் திருமகனார் ஒரே நேரத்தில் சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெற்றவர். தமிழ்நாடு குறிப்பா தென் மாவட்ட மக்கள் நெஞ்சங்களிலே நீக்கா வாழும் பசும்பொன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் அவர்களுக்கு நாட்டின் உயரிய விருதான பாரத ரத்னா விருதினை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அதிமுக சார்பா மத்திய அரசிடம் கோரிக்கை வைப்பு. அதை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கு அனைத்து முயற்சியும் அதிமுக கட்சி எடுக்கும்.
Turning to law and order, EPS painted a grim picture. Citing the attack on Airport Murthy right in front of the DGP office in Chennai, he accused the police of remaining mute spectators. He also referenced to the bomb attack in Athur Town Panchayat, where the chairman narrowly escaped while 2 others were injured. EPS alleged that a bomb culture has taken root in Tamil Nadu and said people have lost faith in the state's law and order machinery. With elections on the horizon, his attack signals that law and order and developmental issues will be the AIADMK's sharpest weapons against the DMK.
And viewers, time to take a short break, but coming up ahead, we'll get you all the big stories, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit the flood-affected areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister will also interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. Also coming up ahead, the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge insults farmers, accuses farmer who complained of crop loss of seeking publicity. Those big stories and much more is coming up after a short break. Stay tuned, viewers.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for.
We need a statewide and a federal ban on high-capacity magazines. There is no reason that someone should be able to reel off 30 shots before they even have to reload. We're not talking about your father's hunting rifle here. We're talking about guns that are built to pierce armor and kill people.
Sending kids to school should not mean sending them into a war zone. Enough is enough. Our children deserve better. Our teachers deserve better. Our communities deserve better.
There's going to be time for politics, and there's going to be a time to figure out how to prevent this stuff from happening, how to make these shootings less common in our country. And I'm not going to speak about that now, but I would encourage you, the First Lady, Melania, who really has a very big heart for children, obviously as a mother herself, she put out a statement earlier today that I think is really worth taking a look at, because this happens too much in our country. And if you look, we really do have, I think, a mental health crisis in the United States of America. We take way more psychiatric medication than any other nation on earth, and I think it's time for us to start asking some very hard questions about the root causes of this violence.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India and
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the valedictory session on day 2 of NDA MP's workshop.
खड़गे जी का डिनर का तो हमको नहीं मालूम। लाखों करोड़ों लोग परेशानी में झेल रहा है और कई नुकसान हो चुके हैं। ऐसा में हम डिनर पार्टी नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Kiren Rijuju slams Congress over dinner party ahead of vice presidential elections, says we will not do any party amid floods in the country. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge insults farmers, accuses farmer who complained of crop loss of seeking publicity. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister to also interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. And Donald Trump says he's ready to impose phase 2 of sanctions on Russia. Big story coming in from West Bengal after a beheading threat. Now, another TMC leader, Abdul Rahim Bakshi, has threatened a BJP MLA with an acid attack. And the Congress wasn't far behind. Party leader and Jharkhand Minister Irfan Ansari issued a chilling warning, saying that BJP leaders' graves would be dug up. The trigger? The ongoing row over infiltration by Bangladeshis. Now, the BJP has hit back and is slamming both the TMC and the Congress party for issuing open threats. Watch this explosive report.
First it was a beheading threat, now an acid attack and even a warning to dig BJP leaders' graves. TMC MLA Abdul Rahim Bakshi has triggered a storm with a hateful threat against a BJP MLA. He was caught on camera saying he would pour acid into MLA's mouth and even burn his voice to ashes. The TMC MLA claimed that he was defending Bengali-speaking migrant workers, but the language of threat sparked outrage. Congress was not far behind. Congress leader and Jharkhand Minister Irfan Ansari too jumped into the controversy, warning the Bharatiya Janata Party, call us Bangladeshi and we will dig your grave.
कहता है बांग्लादेश भेज देंगे। अरे ओ भाजपा वाले द्वारा इरफान अंसारी को कब्र खोद देगा जाता है। पहचानता नहीं इरफान अंसारी को। हम लोगों ने झाड़ चल लिया है। अभी कह रहे बांग्लादेश में क्या वो जामताड़ा में बांग्लादेशी घुस गया, मधुपुर में घुस गया, कोटा में घुस गया, कहीं कोई बांग्लादेशी नहीं है, कहीं कोई घुसपैठिया नहीं है। ये लोग समाज को तोड़ना चाहता है, समाज में तोड़ने का एक्सपर्ट है ये लोग।
कबर वाली बात लाना, एसिड डालने वाली बात लाना, तृणमूल के नेता लाए, वो तो स्वीकार करिए कि पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स अच्छा नहीं है, बच्चों पे असर पड़ता है।
सर नहीं सर, मैं सर देखिए यही बात तो मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ सर। सारे बच्चे हमको बोल रहे थे कि हमारे सर स्कूल जाता हूँ सर, बच्चियों को बोलता है, लड़के लोग बोल रहे सर ये बांग्लादेशी आ गई, तो क्या बीतता होगा सर बच्चियों पे, आप बताइए सर।
नहीं पर बच्चों पे उसका भी तो असर पड़ता है कि आप कबर खोद देंगे, ऐसी बात करेंगे। इट इज वायलेंट लैंग्वेज।
मैंने कहा कि भाजपा अगर अपने बातचीत में थोड़ा संयम नहीं बरते, इससे गलत इंपैक्ट पड़ता है सर। कबर खोदने का मतलब कबर थोड़ी खोद देंगे सर, भाजपा के कबर चली जाएगी क्या?
करते हैं कि भाषा थोड़ी बेटर हो सकती थी, बाकी आपने स्पीच अच्छी
सर। एक बार सर सुनिए ना, आप लाइव बिहार में सर देखिए 65 लाख लोगों का नाम काट दिया सर, वहां के लोग
मेरे को वहां ले जा रहे हैं। मैंने आपको बोला कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीएलए हैं जो ब्लॉक लेवल के असिस्टेंट्स हैं, 150 उन्होंने दाखिले किए हैं कि भाई 150 हमें ऑब्जेक्शंस हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कह रहा है कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इनफैक्ट बोलना पड़ा कि आप पैरालीगल को लगाइए क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, सिर्फ उनको पॉलिटिक्स करनी है। बट अगर फिर हम भटक रहे हैं, आप सिर्फ इतनी बात बोल दीजिए। मैंने बोला कि आपने स्पीच अच्छी दी, एक ये जो आपने बोला कि कबर खोद देंगे उसके अलावा उतना स्वीकार कर लीजिए, बात खत्म हो जाती है।
ठीक है सर, मेरी बात सुनिए। मैं ये कहा, हम लोगों के आम बोली चाली में ये भाषा प्रयोग होता है सर। आप मेरा पूरा भाषण सुनिएगा,
बच्चों के सामने
निश्चित तौर पे you should appreciate my speech.
BJP has hit back, calling out TMC and the Congress party for brazen threats on camera.
इरफान अंसारी जो कि झारखंड के वरिष्ठ मंत्री हैं, 2 बार के मंत्री हैं, इरफान अंसारी कहते हैं जो घुसपैठियों की बात करेगा, जो बांग्लादेशी कहेगा, उस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कब्र हम झारखंड में खोद देंगे। सोचिए, देश को जो बचाने की कोशिश करेगा, देश की जो सुरक्षा की बात करेगा, देश में दूसरे घुस ना आए, देश के संसाधनों पर देश के ही नागरिकों का पहला अधिकार है, जो ये कहेगा उसको कब्र में दफना दिया जाएगा। और महिमा मंडन उनका होगा जो कहेंगे बांग्लादेशियों का देश के संसाधनों पर पहला अधिकार है, उनका वो महिमा मंडन करेंगे।
BJP also slammed Congress party for supporting infiltration. Even the RSS flagged the infiltration threat to the national security.
लगातार बांग्लादेश की परिस्थिति जब से बदल रही है वर्तमान की घटनाओं के बाद, और उसके बाद उसका एक प्रभाव वहां पर भी आया है। वहां बड़ी संख्या में जो अवैध तरीके से घुसपैठी नागरिक वहां रहते हैं बंगाल में, और उनके द्वारा भी जो उपद्रव किए जा रहे हैं, और उनके तुरंत उसको रोकना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा में बहुत सारी समस्याएं वहां पर आ रही है।
This is not the first time such threats have been given. Earlier, Mahua Moitra, TMC MP, has said that if Home Minister Amit Shah fails to stop infiltration, cut his head and put it on your table.
আমি জিজ্ঞেস করছি, যদি ভারতের সীমান্ত রক্ষা করার আমাদের কেউ নেই, যদি অন্য দেশের মানুষরা রোজে শয়ে শয়ে লাখে লাখে কোটি কোটিতে ঢুকে যাচ্ছে, যে আমাদের মা বোনদের উপর চোখ দিচ্ছে, আমাদের জমি কেড়ে নিচ্ছে, তা তোমার প্রথমেই তো অমিত শাহের মাথাটা কেটে তোমার টেবিলে দেওয়া উচিত। যে স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রী এবং যে স্বরাষ্ট্র মন্ত্রক দেশের বর্ডারকে রক্ষা করতে পারে না, যে প্রধানমন্ত্রী নিজেই বলছে যে বাইরে থেকে লোক এসে আমাদের মা বোনদের দিকে নাকি চোখে নজর দিচ্ছে, নাকি কি চোখ মেলাতা হিন্দিতে কি একটা বললো নাকি শব্দ, আমাদের জমি দখল করে দিয়েছে, ভাই তার দোষটা কার?
From beheading to acid, from digging grave to death threats, TMC and Congress netas are now under fire for turning politics into a theatre of hate.
And viewers, a massive conversion controversy is unfolding in Lucknow, with the Vishwa Hindu Parishad raising serious concerns over alleged efforts by Pakistan's ISI to convert Hindus. And at the center of the storm is Maulana Shamsul, a cleric from Sant Kabir Nagar, now under the scanner for suspected ISI links. And Republic TV has accessed the first response from victim Abdul Hakim, along with the video evidence that shows Shamsul's connections with Nawaz Sharif and pro-Pakistan Kashmir statements at the international forums. So what is the real story? Here's more.
A massive conversion controversy is unfolding in Lucknow. The Vishwa Hindu Raksha Parishad has raised concerns about an alleged ongoing conversion on Hindus by the ISI. Maulana Shamsul, A cleric based in Sant Kabir Nagar has come under the radar of Lucknow police for alleged links with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI. Authorities suspect his extensive network spread across several countries, including Pakistan, to be involved in anti-national activities, including promoting the Free Kashmir agenda. Sources confirmed that Shamshul's operations are being probed for receiving large-scale foreign funding, especially from Pakistan and ISI, which is reportedly being funneled into a massive madrasa complex in Sant Kabir Nagar district. The institution, which claims to provide religious education to hundreds of students, is now allegedly a hub for indoctrination, radicalization, and conversion. The madrasa has received unexplained financial inflows from Gulf countries and Pakistan, raising red flags among financial watchdogs. Investigators are also looking into property acquisitions and luxury assets owned by Shamshul and his close family members, some of whom have a direct and indirect tie with ISI operatives. Republic has got the first response from one of the victims.
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है। उत्तर प्रदेश के संत कबीर नगर जिले में शमसुल हुदा नाम के एक व्यक्ति का दुश्मन मुल्क पाकिस्तान से सीधा सीधा आना जाना है। आईएसआई का एजेंट कहा जा रहा है, स्लीपर सेल कहा जा रहा है। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए की उसने संपत्ति बनाई है, बड़े बड़े उसने मदरसे और मस्जिदें बनवाई हुई है, और जो उसके घर के जो लोग हैं वो सीधा सीधा पाकिस्तान से लेकर कई देशों में उनका नेटवर्क है, कई एम्बेसी में आना जाना है। और हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए खुद उत्तर प्रदेश के उन्हीं जिलों से आए हुए लखनऊ पहुंचे हुए एक व्यक्ति हैं। पहले इनके बारे में सर आप अपना थोड़ा सा परिचय बताएं।
जी, मैं अब्दुल हकीम खान, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों को। ये मौलाना शमसुल हुदा ये आईएसआई का एजेंट है। ये संत कबीर नगर का रहने वाला है। सन 2013 में इसने ब्रिटेन की नागरिकता ले ली। ये वो क्या नाम है,
ये अभी भी रहता है यूपी में संत कबीर नगर में कि अब ब्रिटेन रहने लगा?
ब्रिटेन रहने लगा। ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। इसके आईएसआई से संबंध है। 5 अगस्त को फ्री कश्मीर फ्री कश्मीर फ्री कश्मीर साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में जो सारे आतंकवादी संगठन सारे लोग बैठे हुए थे।
ये जो फोटो आप दिखा रहे हैं ये दोनों लोग कौन है? एक तो
नवाज शरीफ का
भतीजा हो गया। अच्छा ठीक है।
ये
जी जी ये बताइए। हाँ ये क्या है?
ये शमसुल हुदा है। शमसुल हुदा है
और कबीर का रहने
जी जी ये शमसुल हुदा है। ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। ये उसकी आवभगत कर रहा है।
ठीक, आवभगत कर रहा है। और दूसरा दिखाइए, दूसरे पेज में क्या है? सारा आप जल्दी जल्दी दिखाते जाइए। इसमें क्या है? इस फोटोग्राफ में क्या है?
इस फोटोग्राफ में देखिए, ये देखिए शमसुल हुदा है।
नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा भी।
हाँ ये शमसुल हुदा। ये सारे जी ये सारे आईएसआई के एजेंट हैं।
और दिखाइए, और पेज में आगे क्या है जी? इसमें क्या हो रहा है?
ये देखिए, ये साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में फ्री
में जो पाकिस्तान की
जी वहाँ पर 5 अगस्त को ये लोग काला दिवस मनाए। फ्री कश्मीर जिसमें ये
आईएसआई से रिश्ता भी है।
जी आईएसआई से रिश्ता है। और ये चीफ गेस्ट
गंभीर मामले निकल कर आ रहे हैं। आखिर उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या क्या हो रहा है? उत्तर प्रदेश से लोग निकल कर कहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं?
Video evidence of his relations with Nawaz Sharif and his Pakistan-supported statements on Kashmir at international forums were also shown to the media. The victim claims that, like Balrampur and Sambhal, Sant Kabir Nagar was also being Islamicized.
ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। इसके साथ 5 अगस्त को साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में इन्होंने फ्री कश्मीर का नारा लगाया।
क्या लगाया नारा?
फ्री कश्मीर आजाद कश्मीर। पाकिस्तान नहीं, साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में। जो इनके साथ मौलाना शमसुल हुदा के साथ ये है, सारे लोग हैं, सारे वहाँ पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं।
As the controversy unfolds, can the man at the forefront escape the allegations?
And news from Tamil Nadu now. AIADMK General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy lashed out at the DMK government during a public address, accusing it of neglecting the Dindigul district. EPS pointed out to the lack of major development projects over the past 4 years and also raised serious concerns about the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu. Watch this report.
AIADMK leader EPS alleged that even after 52 months in power, the DMK government has not brought a single major project to Athur constituency. He pointed out that despite having a minister from the region, even Dindigul district as a whole has been overlooked by the current government. EPS said during the AIADMK regime, the long-pending demand of a government medical college hospital was fulfilled at a cost of Rs 350 crores, equipped with advanced surgery facilities. EPS also invoked freedom fighter Pasumpan Muthuramalinga Thevar, praising him as a leader who donated land without discrimination and uniquely contested and won both assembly and parliament elections simultaneously. He vowed to press for the Bharat Ratna honor for Thevar and demanded that Madurai airport be named after him.
இந்திய சுதந்திர போராட்டத்தில் தீவிரமாக பங்கேற்ற தெய்வ திருமகனார் பசும்பொன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் தன் வாழ்நாள் முழுவதும் அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுக்காக வாழ்ந்தவர். தனது சொத்தின் பெரும் பகுதியை ஜாதி மதம் பார்க்காமல் தானமாக மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்தவர். தேசிய தலைவரான தேவர் திருமகனார் ஒரே நேரத்தில் சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெற்றவர். தமிழ்நாடு குறிப்பா தென் மாவட்ட மக்கள் நெஞ்சங்களிலே நீக்கா வாழும் பசும்பொன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் அவர்களுக்கு நாட்டின் உயரிய விருதான பாரத ரத்னா விருதினை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அதிமுக சார்பா மத்திய அரசிடம் கோரிக்கை வைப்பு. அதை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கு அனைத்து முயற்சியும் அதிமுக கட்சி எடுக்கும்.
Turning to law and order, EPS painted a grim picture. Citing the attack on Airport Murthy right in front of the DGP office in Chennai, he accused the police of remaining mute spectators. He also referenced to the bomb attack in Athur Town Panchayat, where the chairman narrowly escaped while 2 others were injured. EPS alleged that a bomb culture has taken root in Tamil Nadu and said people have lost faith in the state's law and order machinery. With elections on the horizon, his attack signals that law and order and developmental issues will be the AIADMK's sharpest weapons against the DMK.
A big story from Jammu and Kashmir. Over 25 people have been detained by the police after a mob vandalized a foundation stone bearing the national emblem at a mosque in Srinagar. Now, the incident has sparked a political uproar, with the National Conference defending the attack, claiming that engraving the emblem inside a mosque is anti-Islam. Watch this developing story.
National emblem in Srinagar hit with stone. Over 25 men detained. The shrine politics has escalated. National Conference justified the attack, stating that engraving emblem in mosque is anti-Islam.
हजरतबल में जो हुआ वो गलत था. उनको वो बोर्ड लगाना नहीं चाहिए था. ये दरगाह जो बनी है यहाँ के लोगों के या कोई भी जो यहाँ पे ज़ियारतें हैं वो यहाँ के लोगों के पैसे से बनी हुई है, किसी के मेहरबानी से नहीं बनी. यहाँ पे जब ये बनी कोई बोर्ड नहीं लगाया. शेर कश्मीर ने अपना नाम नहीं लिखा वहाँ, क्योंकि अल्लाह के नाम पे था और उसके रसूल के नाम पे था. मगर इन्होंने जो गलती की, इन्होंने वहाँ बोर्ड लगाया, वो लोगों को पसंद नहीं आया. उन्होंने कहा ये गलत है और उसको करना नहीं चाहिए था. बहुत गलत किया उसने.
Earlier, his son and Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister too said that emblem at a religious place hurt the public sentiments.
मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरत बल के इस प्रोग्राम इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या जरूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? सरकारी एम्बलम सिर्फ और सिर्फ सरकारी फंक्शनों में इस्तेमाल होता है। मस्जिद जो है, दरगाह, मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, ये सरकारी दायरे नहीं है, ये मजहबी दायरे होते हैं। मजहबी दायरों में सरकारी एम्बलम इस्तेमाल नहीं होते।
Justification of vandalism did not go down too well with the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP said that emblem is a national symbol and is put wherever any government institution works.
जो अशोक स्तंभ है वो कोई धार्मिक चिन्ह नहीं है, वो राष्ट्रीय चिन्ह है। और जहां पर भी जो गवर्नमेंट की संस्था काम करती है वो उसमें लगाया जाता है। उस पर जिस तरह की राजनीति हो रही है, ये नफरती राजनीति है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। किस तरह उसको तोड़ना, अपने ही देश में अशोक स्तंभ को कोई तोड़ेगा, ये कहीं से भी स्वीकार नहीं है।
इंसिडेंट बहुत ही अफसोसनाक है और नेशनल एम्बलम को तोड़ना खुद की ये तो एक दहशतगर्दाना हमला है और एक सियासी पार्टी के गुंडे हैं जिन्होंने ये किया है। इसमें कानूनी तौर पे इन्होंने बहुत बड़ा क्राइम किया है और एम्बलम, नेशनल एम्बलम तोड़ना ये क्राइम है और इन्होंने जिस तरह से दरगाह के असासे को नुकसान पहुंचाया है, तो ऐसे लोगों को दरगाह में जो भी ये आइडेंटिफाई होंगे उम्र भर के लिए यहाँ पे बैन होगी और FIR होगी।
A sacred shrine, national emblem and a political storm. Hazrat Bal now stands at the heart of a growing controversy.
Let's take a look at some news from the world of business. Hyundai Motor India Limited on Sunday said it will reduce prices across its passenger vehicle range by up to 2.4 lakh rupees, fully passing on the benefit of the government's recent GST rate cut to the customers. The revised prices will come into effect from 22nd of September 2025 when the new GST regime kicks in. With this move, Hyundai said that it aims to make its cars more accessible for the Indian consumers, particularly ahead of the festive season. Akasa Air has just pulled ahead of a SpiceJet to become India's third biggest airline by revenue for April to June quarter 2025, bringing in 1,399.6 crore rupees, a solid 22% jump from the last year. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's revenue dropped by 24% as it struggled with losses and operational setbacks. EdTech unicorn PhysicsWallah has filed updated draft papers with the Securities and Exchange Board of India or SEBI, seeking to raise 3,820 crore rupees through an initial public offering. The funds will be used for expansion and growth initiatives. The proposed IPO includes a fresh issue of equity shares worth 3,100 crore rupees and an offer for sale of shares aggregating up to 720 crore rupees by promoters. Foreign portfolio investors have pulled out 12,257 crore rupees from Indian equities in the first week of September. The withdrawal was mainly due to a stronger dollar, US tariff concerns and ongoing geopolitical tensions. This comes after a net outflow of 34,990 crore rupees in August and 17,700 crore rupees in the month of July. Britannia Industries, the company behind popular brands like Good Day and Tiger Biscuits, is looking to increase its presence in rural markets. The company's vice chairman and managing director Varun Berry said that they expect half of their domestic sales to come from these areas in the next 3 to 4 years. Currently, about 40% of Britannia's sales come from the rural markets. Viewers, we are taking a short break and coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the valedictory session on day 2 of the NDA MPs workshop. Also coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh on 9th of September. Prime Minister will also interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. Those big stories and much more is coming up after a short break, viewers. Don't go anywhere.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर मोड़ पे नई यादें बनेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief and at the same time based on this incredible.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, viewers, and thank you so much for staying with us. And news and updates are going to continue on Republic TV. It's over to my colleague Riyanka. And viewers, let's begin with the top headlines this morning. We are tracking in all the latest news coming in on top of 8 a.m. Let's get started. Prime Minister Modi to address valedictory session on day 2 of NDMP workshop.
खरगे जी का डिनर का तो हमको नहीं मालूम। लाखों करोड़ों लोग परेशानी में झेल रहा है और कई नुकसान हो चुके हैं। ऐसा में हम डिनर पार्टी नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Kiren Rijuju slams Congress over dinner party ahead of VP election, says we will not do any party amid floods in the country. Congress president insults farmers, accuses farmer who complained of crop loss of seeking publicity. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas. Number 9, Prime Minister to interact with farmers in Gurdaspur. Trump says ready to impose phase 2 of sanctions on Russia. Viewers, let's begin with the breaking developments coming in this morning. Donald Trump has signaled readiness for fresh sanctions on Russia, align with calls from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Asked about possible new sanctions during an interaction with the reporters at the White House, Trump gave a blunt reply, and I quote, "Yes, I am." He offered no further details, but the remark echoes growing signals from his administration about tougher economic measures targeting Moscow and its trading partners. Earlier, U.S. Treasury Secretary publicly pressed for stricter penalties on nations still importing Russian crude oil. He argued that only a near collapse of Russia's economy could push President Putin towards peace talks. That's the latest development coming in, viewers.
Move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin.
How was your call with the Prime Minister of Australia?
Move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin.
How was your call with the Prime Minister of Australia?
Move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin.
How was your call with the Prime Minister of Australia?
Well, of course, that was Donald Trump, who was, of course, speaking to the reporters at the White House, where he has clearly given indication about the fact that the United States is ready for phase 2 of sanctions on Russia. With that, viewers, we shift our focus to some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Ukrainian President Zelensky has called for sanctions on Russia after it launched its largest aerial assault. Zelensky said that the statements by state leaders and institutions must be backed by strong actions such as sanctions against Russia and individuals connected with Russia, which he suggested through tariffs and trade restrictions with Russia. He said, and I quote, "It is important that today we saw a broad response from our partners to this strike. Clearly, Russia is trying to inflict pain on Ukraine with even more brazen attacks. This is a clear sign that Putin is testing the world, whether they will accept or tolerate this." His statement comes after Russia launched its largest aerial assault of the Ukraine war, deploying more than 800 drones and striking a Kyiv government building for the first time.
Що сьогодні є широка реакція партнерів на цей удар. Очевидно, Росія старається завдати болю Україні, і удари більш наглі. Це чітка ознака, що Путін випробовує світ, чи приймуть вони це, чи змиряться. Тому важливо, щоб заяви лідерів держав, інституцій були продовжені сильними діями, санкціями проти Росії, проти пов'язаних з Росією осіб та сильними тарифами та іншими обмеженнями на торгівлю з Росією.
As we bring you all the latest details, viewers, another breaking news trickling in this morning. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called for Trump administration and Europe to exert additional economic pressure on Russia, saying it could force President Vladimir Putin to go ahead with the peace talks with Ukraine. He says that Trump and U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has a productive talk with the European Union. So Trump said calls for sanctions on Russia, as Donald Trump has already made it very, very clear that the second part of sanctions will be put on Russia, and of course hitting out at the trade partners of Russia who are importing Russian crude oil. And Trump's associate has called in for stricter measures and sanctions on Russia. We are talking about Scott Bessent, who has called for Trump administration and Europe to exert additional economic pressure on Russia, saying it could force President Putin to go ahead with peace talks with Ukraine. He also said that Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance has productive talks with European Union. As we continue to bring you these details, tensions continue to rise geopolitically between the United States and Russia, and of course the trade partners of Russia on the other hand. We will be bringing you more updates, but viewers, time to shift our focus. As we continue to track in all the updates coming in on the broadcast this morning, we have some more breaking news coming in from the nation, where Prime Minister Modi is to visit Himachal Pradesh on September 9. Prime Minister will, of course, visit Himachal Pradesh as well, and he will be taking stock of the widespread damage caused in state due to landslide and incessant rains. He is also set to visit Punjab's Gurdaspur, where he will interact with farmers. Now, Gurdaspur is one of the worst affected areas in Punjab, as we all know, and Prime Minister Modi is going to be assessing the flood and the landslide damage. He will be visiting Himachal Pradesh as well tomorrow, which is the 9th of September, and he will also be going to Gurdaspur amid the entire monsoon mayhem and the flood fury that has destroyed several roads, several national highways, and it is big coming in with Prime Minister Modi all set to visit Himachal Pradesh. He's all set to visit Gurdaspur in Punjab to take a stock of the current situation. Remember, viewers, several houses have been displaced, several people have been suffering because of the monsoon mayhem in northern India, whether it is Punjab or Himachal or Uttarakhand or even Jammu and Kashmir. But for now, Prime Minister's visit is coming to be very, very significant, given that he will be monitoring and taking stock of all that is happening. In fact, the centre is also all set to be giving out relief funds to these states, and it is coming in at a time when there are several issues being caused due to the monsoon.
हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हिमाचल प्रदेश में बारिश के कारण, बरसात के कारण जो क्षति हुई है जान माल की, उसका जायजा लेने के लिए आ रहे हैं। उस बैठक में हम भी भाग लेने के लिए धर्मशाला जा रहे हैं, वहां जहां वो बैठक करेंगे, तो वहां पर भी अपने क्षेत्र की और पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश की परिस्थिति जहां जहां भी हम गए हैं इस बारिश के मौसम में, जहां नुकसान का जायजा लिया है, उसकी जानकारी प्रधानमंत्री जी को बुलाएंगे। लेकिन सभी साथियों से मैंने यहाँ पर इसी बात के लिए निवेदन किया है कि बरसात के मौसम में एहतियात के साथ, सावधानी के साथ रहें, आप सुरक्षित रहें, ये प्राथमिकता हमारी है।
Moving on, viewers, a massive conversion controversy is unfolding in Lucknow, where VHP has raised alarms over the alleged ongoing conversions of Hindus by Pakistan's ISI. Maulana Shamshul, a cleric based in Sant Kabir Nagar, has come under scrutiny for his suspected links to the ISI. Now, Republic has obtained the first response from the victim, Abdul Hakim, with video evidence shown of Shamshul's relation with Nawaz Sharif and Pakistan-backed Kashmir statements at the international forums. Now, what is the real story? Take a look.
A massive conversion controversy is unfolding in Lucknow. The Vishwa Hindu Raksha Parishad has raised concerns about an alleged ongoing conversion on Hindus by the ISI. Maulana Shamshul, a cleric based in Sant Kabir Nagar, has come under the radar of Lucknow police for alleged links with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI. Authorities suspect his extensive network spread across several countries, including Pakistan, to be involved in anti-national activities, including promoting the Free Kashmir agenda. Sources confirmed that Shamshul's operations are being probed for receiving large-scale foreign funding, especially from Pakistan and ISI, which is reportedly being funneled into a massive madrasa complex in Sant Kabir Nagar district. The institution, which claims to provide religious education to hundreds of students, is now allegedly a hub for indoctrination, radicalization, and conversion. The madrasa has received unexplained financial inflows from Gulf countries and Pakistan, raising red flags among financial watchdogs. Investigators are also looking into property acquisitions and luxury assets owned by Shamshul and his close family members, some of whom have a direct and indirect tie with ISI operatives. Republic has got the first response from one of the victims.
प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है। उत्तर प्रदेश के संत कबीर नगर जिले में शमसुल हुदा नाम के एक व्यक्ति का दुश्मन मुल्क पाकिस्तान से सीधा सीधा आना जाना है। आईएसआई का एजेंट कहा जा रहा है, स्लीपर सेल कहा जा रहा है। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए की उसने संपत्ति बनाई है, बड़े बड़े उसने मदरसे और मस्जिदें बनवाई हुई है। और जो उसके घर के जो लोग हैं वो सीधा सीधा पाकिस्तान से लेकर कई देशों में उनका नेटवर्क है, कई एम्बेसी में आना जाना है। और हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए खुद उत्तर प्रदेश के उन्हीं जिलों से आए हुए लखनऊ पहुंचे हुए एक व्यक्ति हैं। पहले इनके बारे में सर आप अपना थोड़ा सा परिचय बताएं।
जी, मैं अब्दुल हकीम खान, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों को। ये मौलाना शमसुल हुदा ये आईएसआई का एजेंट है। ये संत कबीर नगर का रहने वाला है। सन 2013 में इसने ब्रिटेन की नागरिकता ले ली। ये वो क्या नाम है,
ये अभी भी रहता है यूपी में संत कबीर नगर में कि अब ब्रिटेन रहने लगा?
ब्रिटेन रहने लगा। ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। इसके आईएसआई से संबंध है। 5 अगस्त को फ्री कश्मीर फ्री कश्मीर फ्री कश्मीर साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में जो सारे आतंकवादी संगठन सारे लोग बैठे हुए थे।
ये जो फोटो आप दिखा रहे हैं ये दोनों लोग कौन है? एक तो
नवाज शरीफ का
भतीजा हो गया। अच्छा ठीक है।
ये
जी ये बताइए। हाँ ये क्या है?
ये शमसुल हुदा है। शमसुल हुदा है और
कबीर का रहने
वाला। जी ये शमसुल हुदा है। ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। ये उसका उसकी आवभगत कर रहा है।
ठीक, आवभगत कर रहा है। और दूसरा दिखाइए, दूसरे पेज में क्या है? सारा आप जल्दी जल्दी दिखाते जाइए। इसमें क्या है? इस फोटोग्राफ में क्या है?
इस फोटोग्राफ में देखिए, ये देखिए शमसुल हुदा है।
नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा भी
हाँ, ये शमसुल हुदा। ये सारे जी ये सारे आईएसआई के एजेंट हैं।
और दिखाइए, और पेज में आगे क्या है? जी इसमें क्या हो रहा है?
ये देखिए, ये साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में फ्री
में जो पाकिस्तान की
जी वहाँ पर 5 अगस्त को ये लोग काला दिवस मनाए। फ्री कश्मीर जिसमें ये
आईएसआई से रिश्ता भी है।
जी आईएसआई से रिश्ता है। और ये चीफ गेस्ट
गंभीर मामले निकल कर आ रहे हैं। आखिर उत्तर प्रदेश में क्या क्या हो रहा है? उत्तर प्रदेश से लोग निकल कर कहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं?
Video evidence of his relations with Nawaz Sharif and his Pakistan-supported statements on Kashmir at international forums were also shown to the media. The victim claims that, like Balrampur and Sambhal, Sant Kabir Nagar was also being Islamicized.
ये नवाज शरीफ का भतीजा है। इसके साथ 5 अगस्त को साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में इन्होंने फ्री कश्मीर का नारा लगाया।
क्या लगाया नारा? फ्री कश्मीर
आजाद कश्मीर। पाकिस्तान नहीं, साउथ अफ्रीका की पाकिस्तान की एम्बेसी में। अच्छा। जो इनके साथ मौलाना शमसुल हुदा के साथ ये है, सारे लोग हैं, सारे वहाँ पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं।
As the controversy unfolds, can the man at the forefront escape the allegations?
And shifting focus, viewers, some breaking news coming in. Tensions prevailed during the Ganesh idol immersion procession due to a stone pelting between two groups of different faiths at Nadu town in Mandya district on Sunday night is what we understand. 8 people were also injured in the incident. That is the latest breaking news coming in on the broadcast as we continue to get you all the latest updates in this regard. Tensions have prevailed during the Ganesh idol immersion procession due to stone pelting that happened between two groups of different faiths. This is coming in from Mandya district, and nearly 8 people were left injured. During this, there was a retaliation as another group pelted stone on the mosque. There was a clash between two groups of Hindus and Muslims, creating tensions. And when the procession crossed the mosque near Ram Rahim Nagar at around 8 p.m., a few miscreants pelted stones, is what we understand. The Ganesh idol immersion procession was taken out from Siddhartha Nagar, 5th cross in Nadu town, amidst the tight police security. But when the procession went ahead and crossed the mosque area, there were few miscreants who pelted stones, and that is when the retaliation happened from the other side, and the tensions flared up between the two groups and clashes broke out, resulting in injuries to nearly 8 people. There are the visuals also that we have access, getting you the latest updates in this case. Stone pelting in Mandya, Karnataka. As per the visuals, you can see the injured being treated at the hospital. 8 people have been injured in this regard. With that, viewers, let us shift our focus. Well, AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy hit out at the DMK government during his speech, accusing it of neglecting Dindigul district. EPS highlighted the absence of major projects in the last 4 years and raised concerns over the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu. Watch this report to know more.
AIADMK leader EPS alleged that even after 52 months in power, the DMK government has not brought a single major project to Athur constituency. He pointed out that despite having a minister from the region, even Dindigul district as a whole has been overlooked by the current government. EPS said during the AIADMK regime, the long-pending demand of a government medical college hospital was fulfilled at a cost of Rs 350 crores, equipped with advanced surgery facilities. EPS also invoked freedom fighter Pasumpan Muthuramalinga Thevar, praising him as a leader who donated land without discrimination and uniquely contested and won both assembly and parliament elections simultaneously. He vowed to press for the Bharat Ratna honor for Thevar and demanded that Madurai airport be named after him.
இந்திய சுதந்திர போராட்டத்தில் தீவிரமாக பங்கேற்ற தெய்வ திருமகனார் பசுமன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் தன் வாழ்நாள் முழுவதும் அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுக்காக வாழ்ந்தவர். தனது சொத்தின் பெரும் பகுதியை ஜாதி மதம் பார்க்காமல் தானமாக மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்தவர். தேசிய தலைவரான தேவர் திருமகனார் ஒரே நேரத்தில் சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலிலும் போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெற்றவர். தமிழ்நாடு குறிப்பா தென் மாவட்ட மக்கள் நெஞ்சங்களிலே நீக்கா வாழும் பசுமன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் அவர்களுக்கு நாட்டின் உயரிய விருதான பாரத ரத்னா விருதினை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அதிமுக சார்பா மத்திய அரசிடம் கோரிக்கை வைப்பு. அதை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கு அனைத்து முயற்சியும் அதிமுக கட்சி எடுக்கும்.
Turning to law and order, EPS painted a grim picture. Citing the attack on Airport Murthy right in front of the DGP office in Chennai, he accused the police of remaining mute spectators. He also referenced to the bomb attack in Athur town panchayat, where the chairman narrowly escaped while 2 others were injured. EPS alleged that a bomb culture has taken root in Tamil Nadu and said people have lost faith in the state's law and order machinery. With elections on the horizon, his attack signals that law and order and developmental issues will be the AIADMK's sharpest weapons against the DMK.
And moving on, viewers, to more news and updates coming in. Over 25 people have been detained by the police after a national emblem engraved on a foundation stone at a mosque in Srinagar was vandalized by a mob. Now, Politics 2 has speaked with the national conference justifying the attack, saying that engraving an emblem in mosque is anti-Islam. Watch this report.
National emblem in Srinagar hit with stone. Over 25 men detained. The shrine politics has escalated. National Conference justified the attack, stating that engraving emblem in mosque is anti-Islam.
हजरतबल में जो हुआ वो गलत था. उनको वो बोर्ड लगाना नहीं चाहिए था. ये दरगाह जो बनी है यहाँ के लोगों के या कोई भी जो यहाँ पे ज़ियारतें हैं वो यहाँ के लोगों के पैसे से बनी हुई है, किसी के मेहरबानी से नहीं बनी. यहाँ पे जब ये बनी कोई बोर्ड नहीं लगाया, शेर कश्मीर ने अपना नाम नहीं लिखा हुआ क्योंकि अल्लाह के नाम पे था और उसके रसूल के नाम पे था. मगर इन्होंने जो गलती की, इन्होंने वहाँ बोर्ड लगाया, वो लोगों को पसंद नहीं आया. उन्होंने कहा ये गलत है और उसको करना नहीं चाहिए था. बहुत गलत किया उसने.
Earlier, his son and Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister too said that emblem at a religious place hurt the public sentiments.
मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरत बल के इस प्रोग्राम इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? सरकारी एम्बलम सिर्फ और सिर्फ सरकारी फंक्शनों में इस्तेमाल होता है। मस्जिद जो है, दरगाह, मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, ये सरकारी दायरे नहीं है, ये मजहबी दायरे होते हैं। मजहबी दायरों में सरकारी एम्बलम इस्तेमाल नहीं होते।
Justification of vandalism did not go down too well with the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP said that emblem is a national symbol and is put wherever any government institution works.
जो अशोक स्तंभ है वो कोई धार्मिक चिन्ह नहीं है, वो राष्ट्रीय चिन्ह है। और जहां पर भी जो गवर्नमेंट की संस्था काम करती है वो उसमें लगाया जाता है। उस पर जिस तरह की राजनीति हो रही है, ये नफरती राजनीति है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। किस तरह उसको तोड़ना, अपने देश में अशोक स्तंभ को कोई तोड़ेगा, ये कहीं से भी स्वीकार नहीं है।
इंसिडेंट बहुत ही अफसोसनाक है और नेशनल एम्बलम को तोड़ना खुद की ये तो एक दहशतगर्दाना हमला है और एक सियासी पार्टी के गुंडे हैं जिन्होंने ये किया है। इसमें कानूनी तौर पे इन्होंने बहुत बड़ा क्राइम किया है और एम्बलम, नेशनल एम्बलम तोड़ना ये क्राइम है और इन्होंने जिस तरह से दरगाह के असासे को नुकसान पहुंचाया है, तो ऐसे लोगों को दरगाह में जो भी ये आइडेंटिफाई होंगे उम्र भर के लिए यहाँ पे बैन होगी और FIR होगी।
A sacred shrine, national emblem and a political storm. Hazrat Bal now stands at the heart of a growing controversy.
And viewers, with that, let us now shift our focus and get you details coming in from across the nation. In view of the natural disaster situation in Uttarakhand, the government of Rajasthan has extended financial assistance of Rs 5 crore to the government of Uttarakhand. This aid will be utilized for immediate relief and rehabilitation efforts in the disaster-affected areas of the state. In a letter addressed to Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, Rajasthan Chief Minister expressed deep condolences over the tragic circumstances, stating in this difficult time of natural calamity, Rajasthan considers the suffering of the people of Uttarakhand as its own. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge slammed the farmers who had come to him complaining about their destroyed crops. He said and took a jibe at the farmers, asking them whether the crops were damaged or spoiled or whether it was just a stunt of publicity. A 20-year-old woman was allegedly gang-raped by two of her acquaintances on her birthday in an upscale locality in Kolkata. The incident took place in Regent Park area in the southern outskirts of the city on Friday. The two accused who went missing after the crime were identified as Chandan Malik and Deep. Deep is reportedly a government employee, and according to the police sources, the survivor from Haridevpur alleged the assault took place when Chandan took her to Deep's house on the pretext of celebrating her birthday. As the critical Jammu-Srinagar National Highway NH44 continues to remain closed, commuters and locals cross the landslide-affected area on foot by traversing a makeshift path carved along the upper section of the collapsed hillside. Jammu and Kashmir Police and CRPF have been deployed at the site to assist and manage the situation. Deputy SP of Udhampur headquarters, Prahlad Kumar, said that the CRPF is engaged and helping the people.
इनसे रास्ता बंद होने के कारण लोग इस पार भी फंसे हुए हैं, उस पार भी फंसे हुए हैं। लोगों के फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए हमने प्रॉपर डिप्लॉयमेंट निकाली हुई है। सीआरपीएफ के साथ अपने पुलिस की नफरी लगाई हुई है, इनको गाइड कर रहे हैं। लेकिन बीच बीच में जो बारिश हो रही है, बारिश की वजह से हम ये बंद मूवमेंट, जो पैदल मूवमेंट है, बंद करा रहे हैं।
Amid incessant rainfall in Tamil Nadu, the main road leading from Avaniyapuram to the airport witnesses waterlogging over several stubborn areas of Madurai. This as the regional Met Center in Chennai has issued a weather advisory forecasting heavy rainfall across parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry over the next few days. Coming up on the other side, viewers, Kiren Rijuju slammed the Congress over dinner party ahead of the VP elections. He said that we will not do any party amid floods in the country. And also we will be tracking in Prime Minister Modi, who will be visiting the flood-hit areas in Punjab on September 9. Prime Minister will also be interacting with the farmers in Gurdaspur. All details, viewers, will be covered on the other side. We take a short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him.
Prime Minister Modi to address valedictory session on day 2 of NDA MP's workshop.
का तो हमको नहीं मालूम, लाखों करोड़ों लोग परेशानी में झेल रहा है और कई नुकसान हो चुके हैं। ऐसा में हम डिनर पार्टी नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Kiren Rijuju slams Congress over dinner party ahead of VP elections, says we will not do any party amid floods in the country. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge insults farmers, accuses the farmer who complained of a crop loss of seeking publicity. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister to also interact with the farmers in Gurdaspur. And US President Donald Trump says he's ready to impose phase 2 of sanctions on Russia. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj has slammed Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta for allegedly letting her husband sit in an official meeting. Now, AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj shared images of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta accompanied by her husband presiding over a review meeting with officials on development projects in the Shalimar Bagh Assembly constituency. He pointed out that Gupta had allowed her husband to sit in the official meeting, drawing a parallel with the Hindi series, and made the comment on the Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. So, AAP slamming Chief Minister Rekha Gupta for letting her husband sit in the Delhi government meeting. And in a post on X, AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj shared images of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta accompanied by her husband presiding over a review meeting with officials on development projects in the Shalimar Bagh Assembly constituency. And he lashed out at the Delhi Chief Minister for this. for letting her husband. He pointed out that Gupta had allowed her husband to sit in the official meeting, drawing parallel with a character played in a popular web series. And Bharadwaj said that these pictures were taken from the official account of Instagram account of the Delhi Chief Minister, and he is lashed out at the Delhi Chief Minister for letting her husband preside over in a review meeting of the Delhi government. So, scathing attack on Delhi Chief Minister, AAP leader. All right, let's get you some more news. We have more breaking news coming in, and that is the INA is carrying out NIA is carrying out searches in 20 locations across 5 states and union territories for Jammu and Kashmir in a terror conspiracy case. So big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. NIA carrying out searches in 20 locations across 5 states and also in the union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And this is in regard to a terror conspiracy case. So across 6 states, which includes the state of Jammu and Kashmir, NIA carrying out searches across 6 states in terror cases. So these terror cases are against PFI, that is the banned outfit Popular Front of India. And this case relates to the alleged conspiracy by the PFI and its leaders and cadres to strike terror in the country with the aim of establishing Islamic rule by the year 2047. Now, these searches have spanned locations in Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, marking the transformation of the entire investigation. It was earlier an isolated investigation, and now it has spanned across several states. So these raids are covering a large amount of area, and NIA has said that a substantial cache of crucial evidence has been found in the case. All right, let's get you some international news. There is a political turmoil in Tokyo. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba has stepped down under mounting pressure from within his party, triggered by the fallout over US tariffs and also staggering election defeat. Now, his resignation marks yet another shake-up in an also already unstable government. More on this developing story.
Political turmoil deepens in Japan. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced his decision to step down. The move follows mounting pressure from within his own party to take responsibility for historic defeat in July's parliamentary election. Ishiba, who assumed office in October, had long resisted calls, mainly from right-wing opponents in his party, to resign. He argued that stepping down prematurely would create a political vacuum at a time when Japan faces key domestic and historic challenges. However, Ishiba also linked his resignation to the controversial US tariffs.
私どもの政権とトランプ政権との信頼関係のもとに成り立った合意でございますので、私どもの政権においてその責任を全うすべきでありましたが、このような形になったことは実に心残りであります。
The resignation came just a day before the Liberal Democratic Party was set to decide on holding an early leadership election, a virtual no-confidence motion against Ishiba if approved. In a televised press conference, Ishiba said that he would initiate a leadership vote to elect his successor, rendering Monday's decision unnecessary.
国民の皆様方に対して果たすべき責任を着実に果たし、新しい総裁総理 その先を託したいと思っております。
Had he stayed on, Ishiba would have faced an uphill battle, managing a deeply divided party and a fragile minority government.
なかなかずっとやめるって言ってやめなかったので、まあ国民としてもこう やめてほしいというか、まあ新しく変わってほしいなっていうのはあったので、まあやめるって聞いて、まあ良かったのかなっていう思う反面、次こう誰がなるのかっていうところのこう不安というか、こう心配の面もあります。
これだけまあいろいろ税金のこととかそういうのもありますんで、まあ皆さんが暮らしやすいまあ政治って言いますか、こうそうですね、何か偏った特定のところに偏ったわけじゃなく、広く浅くいろんな方が、まあ、救われるような政治になればいいなと、特定の身内のところだけが助かるんではなく、はい。
In July, his ruling coalition party failed to secure a majority in the 248-seat upper house during a crucial parliamentary election, further destabilizing his government. This loss came on the heels of a prior defeat in the lower house, where the party-led coalition also lost its majority. The decision followed a meeting with Agricultural Minister and former Prime Minister Suga, his perceived mentor, who reportedly advised Ishiba to resign ahead of today's vote.
Let's get to some more international news. On 29th of August, Thailand's Prime Minister was ousted from office over an ethics violation, and just a year after taking charge. And fast forward now to 7th of September, and Thailand has a new leader. Here is more on that transition.
Thailand has a new Prime Minister. Anutin Chanvirakul received royal endorsement on Sunday, officially assuming office following the dismissal of former Prime Minister Shinawatra. Shinawatra was ousted over ethical violations tied to a leaked phone call with former Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Sen. In the recording, she was heard criticizing her own military's actions in a border dispute with Cambodia, remarks that ultimately led to her removal. The new Prime Minister received his letter of appointment at a ceremony held at party headquarters in Bangkok. He pledged to make full use of his 4-month tenure, promising a no days off, no holidays approach to governance.
แม้จะมีเวลาไม่มากนักแต่ผมมั่นใจว่าผมจะได้รับการสนับสนุนจากทุกฝ่ายผมจะทุ่มเททำงานอย่างเต็มที่เวลาน้อยเวลา4 เดือนดังนั้นตัวผมและคณะรัฐมนตรีจะไม่มีวันหยุดไม่มีพักร้อนและถ้าเป็นไปได้ต้องไม่มีการเจ็บป่วยนะครับไม่มีฮอลิเดย์ไม่มีวันที่จะบอกว่าพักผ่อนกับครอบครัวยกเว้นพักผ่อนตามความต้องการของร่างกายในทุกๆวัน
Chanvirakul also vowed to push for constitutional reform and to call an early general election. He previously served as Thailand's health minister during the COVID-19 pandemic, a role that drew criticism at the time for perceived delays in response. As Thailand enters a new political chapter, all eyes are on Prime Minister Chanvirakul, whose short but critical tenure could shape the nation's path forward.
And now an update on the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia has launched its largest air assault since the war began, firing over 800 drones and missiles at Ukraine overnight. Kiev was hit hard. Government buildings burned, residential areas have been struck, and at least 4 civilians have been killed. Ukraine's defenses have been overwhelming, and President Zelensky is calling for an immediate defense support. World leaders are condemning the attack, calling it a dangerous escalation. Take a look at this report.
A residential building in Kyiv was hit and damaged overnight into Sunday as Russia launched its largest aerial assault on Ukraine since the war began. The attack involved a massive barrage of drones and missiles targeting Ukraine's capital. Local resident Alexander Samokish described the moment he was woken by the explosion.
Услышал взрыв, дом вздрогнулся,
Собрался, вышел, посмотрел. Беда. Горит. На 6-м этаже балкон. Моя машина. Разбита. Ну, еще стекла повылетали.
At least 2 people were killed while smoke rose from the roof of a key government building in the heart of Kyiv. Onlookers saw plumes of smoke from the Cabinet of Ministers building, though it remained unclear whether it was hit directly or struck by fallen debris, marking a dangerous escalation in Russia's air campaign. Ukraine's Air Force confirmed that its sources shot down and neutralized 747 drones and 4 missiles. In total, Russia launched 804 drones and decoys with 9 missile hits and 56 drone strikes across 37 locations in Ukraine. Debris from intercepted attacks landed in 8 different locations. Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson said that this was the largest drone strike since the full-scale invasion began. This marks the second massive Russian drone and missile attack on Kyiv in just 2 weeks as hopes for peace talks continue to fade. The attack comes amid growing international pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the war, with 26 of Ukraine's allies pledging to deploy a reassurance force once the conflict ends. Ukrainian President Zelensky reaffirmed his willingness to meet Putin for peace talks and call on US President Donald Trump to impose tougher sanctions on Russia.
Let's get you some more news from across the globe. Boko Haram terrorists killed dozens of people in a nighttime assault on a village in northeastern Nigeria that is home to residents who had recently returned from a camp for internally displaced persons. Borno State Governor confirmed that over 60 people died in the attack. The Bama local government area was the target of several Boko Haram attacks a decade ago, forcing many residents to flee. Following military operations in the area in the recent years, authorities had resettled displaced people in several communities, most recently the village of Darul Jamal in the month of July. Guyana's President Irfan Ali was sworn in for a second term on Sunday after officially being declared winner of last week's elections as the small South American country reaps a windfall from offshore oil and gas production. The country's Electoral Commission certified Ali's win on Saturday, saying that he had secured a resounding victory and that his People's Progressive Party had secured a majority in parliament with 36 of the 65 seats. Thousands of pro-Palestinian demonstrators took to the streets in Brussels on Sunday, calling for an end to the war in Gaza. It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to push forward with Israel's operation in Gaza City as negotiations between Israel and Hamas continued to falter. Israeli and Danish foreign ministers met in Jerusalem. They spoke on the Gaza situation, with the Danish foreign minister emphasizing that Denmark is extremely concerned about the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. And that's why he wants to use the opportunity to repeat their calls for Israel to stop the military offensive in Gaza. This to ensure an immediate and unhindered humanitarian assistance there. And US President Donald Trump denied that he was going to war with Chicago after he posted an illustration of himself against a Chicago skyline ablaze with flames and helicopters on Truth Social. He claims that he just wants to clean up American cities so that 5 people are not killed every weekend. This comes ahead of Donald Trump's plans to deploy National Guards to Chicago amidst his administration's crackdown on illegal immigrants. And more in international news, Israeli forces have destroyed another high-rise building as Prime Minister Netanyahu has signaled a deeper military campaign to crush Hamas. Now, these strikes come amid growing international concern as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza worsens by the hour with the critical shortages of food, water and medical supplies. The escalation shows no signs of slowing. Here are all the details.
The Israeli military has destroyed a high-rise block in Gaza City. This is the second major tower it has bombed in the past 2 days, as it warned the residents of Palestine to leave for the south as its forces advance deeper in the region to capture the city. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a stern message during cabinet meeting as Israel deepens its military operations in Gaza.
אנחנו מעמיקים את התמרון בפאתי העיר עזה ובתוך העיר עזה. אנחנו מחסלים מחבלי נוח'בה שנטלו חלק משמעותי בטבח של ה-7 באוקטובר, כולל אותו מחבל ארור שהתקשר להוראה והתגאה שהוא רצח 10 ישראלים במו ידיו. טוב, אנחנו התקשרנו עכשיו למשפחה והודענו לה שהמחבל הזה חוסל, וזה מסר ברור שאנחנו נגיע לכולם.
Netanyahu stressed that Israel is targeting both terrorist infrastructures and leadership while trying to facilitate safe passage for civilians.
אנחנו מחסלים תשתיות טרור, אנחנו מחסלים מגדלי טרור מופללים, ואנחנו הקמנו עוד מרחב הומניטרי לאפשר לאוכלוסייה האזרחית בעזה לצאת למקום מבטחים וגם לקבל שם את הסיוע ההומניטרי.
He accused Hamas of deliberately trying to keep civilians trapped to use them as human shields.
בינתיים יצאו מעזה כ-100,000 איש. החמאס מנסה לעשות הכל כדי שלא יצאו וישארו שם כדי שיהוו עבורו מגן אנושי. הוא אגב לא בוחל באמצעים, אנחנו ראינו רק לאחרונה שהוא יורה בנשים וילדים, יורה להם ברגליים, אבל אם צריך יורה בהם. ולכן צפוי שהוא ינסה למנוע את היציאה שמחויבת גם מבחינה אנושית וגם מבחינת כל תפיסת המלחמה שלנו. אנחנו רוצים להתמקד במחבלים עצמם ולאפשר לאוכלוסייה האזרחית לצאת החוצה.
Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu framed the operation as part of a wider effort to dismantle the so-called Iranian Axis.
המאמץ שלנו בעזה על המבצרים האחרונים, בעצם המבצר האחרון החשוב, העיר עזה, זה חלק מהמאמץ שלנו להשלים את ריסוק טבעת החנק של הציר האיראני. והציר הזה הרי נועד להשמיד את מדינת ישראל, ובפירוק ובפגיעה בו אנחנו בעצם מסירים עוד איום קיומי, או את האיום הקיומי הראשוני על ישראל.
In closing, Netanyahu dismissed international criticism and reaffirmed his priorities.
אם אני צריך לבחור בין ניצחון על אויבינו לבין תעמולה רעה נגדנו, אני בוחר בניצחון על אויבינו, ומאשר ההפך. אני לא רוצה כתבות שאנחנו נובס על ידי אויבינו, ושנקבל כתבות ספד טובות בתקשורת העולמית. אני בוחר בניצחון.
As the conflict in Gaza intensifies, the world watches closely amid growing fears of a deepening humanitarian crisis. With both sides entrenched in their positions, the path to peace remains uncertain, and the cost of war continues to mount.
Time now for all the sporting action viewers. And Jagadisan continued his stellar run with an unbeaten 52, helping South Zone seal a spot in the Duleep Trophy final after securing a commanding 175-run first innings lead over the North Zone. South Zone will now face Central Zone in the summit clash starting 11th of September. At the time of the match being called off, South Zone were cruising at 95 for 1 with Jagadisan, who had earlier smashed a magnificent 197 in the first innings, remaining unbeaten on 52 of 69 balls, laced with 6 boundaries. South African spinner P. Suryaben has been cleared by the ICC after being reported for a suspected illegal bowling action during the first ODI against Australia on 19th of August. Following the report, Suryaben underwent an independent assessment at the National Cricket Centre in Brisbane on 26th of August. The evaluation confirmed that the elbow extension in all his deliveries fell within the ICC's permissible 15-degree limit under its illegal bowling regulations. India went down 1-2 to host Qatar in their second Group H match of the AFC Under-23 Asian Cup qualifiers despite a strong start. Mohammad Suhail cancelled out Al-Hashmi's opener, but Jassim Al-Sharshani's penalty sealed the win for Qatar. Earlier, Suhail came close in the second minute, narrowly missing from outside the box. India's men's compound archery team clinched a historic maiden gold at the World Championships, edging past France in a thrilling final. Earlier, Rishabh Yadav and Jyoti Surekha had secured the silver in the mixed team event, narrowly losing 155-157 to the Netherlands. India pacer Shardul Thakur has supported the players taking periodic breaks, highlighting the year-round fitness demands faced by modern cricketers. His remarks came amid ongoing debate over workload management, especially after Jasprit Bumrah featured in just 3 of the 5 tests in the recent Anderson Tendulkar Trophy against England. Cristiano Ronaldo kicked off his bid for a 6th World Cup with a brace in Portugal's 5-0 win over Armenia, extending his men's international goal record to 140. At 40, the Al Nassr forward remains driven, having recently signed a new deal with a Saudi club and led Portugal to the UEFA Nations League glory last summer. Sabalenka successfully defended her US Open title with a victory over American Amanda Anisimova in the women's final on Saturday, reinforcing her dominance on hard courts. The Belarusian, who hadn't missed a hardcore major final since 2022, now boasts of 4 Grand Slam titles and becomes the first woman to win consecutive US Opens since Serena Williams. Chelsea striker Nicholas Jackson's loan move to Bayern Munich became one of the summer window's most talked about deals. Despite late drama, Chelsea reportedly tried to halt the transfer after Liam Delap's injury. The Senegal forward completed his switch following a medical in Munich. Jackson admitted feeling emotional about leaving Stamford Bridge, but expressed excitement about joining the European giants Bayern. Yashasvi Jaiswal's fluent 50 proved inconsequential as Central Zone progressed to the Dilip Trophy final on the basis of their first inning leads in a drawn encounter against the West Zone. They will now meet the South Zone in the title clash starting 11th of September. Pakistan will host South Africa for a multi-format series starting 12th of October, featuring 2 tests to launch the 2025-27 World Test Championship cycle. South Africa arrive as defending champions. The tests will be held in Lahore and Rawalpindi, followed by 3 T20s and 3 ODIs. Rawalpindi hosts the first T20 on 28th of October, with the remaining matches in Lahore on 31st of October and 1st of November. Time to take a break, and coming up ahead, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the valedictory session on day 2 of the NDA MP's workshop. Also, the big story from Jammu and Kashmir, NIA raids across 20 locations in the terror conspiracy case. All details and much more coming up after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. It is time for live and breaking, where we get you all the biggest news stories from India and across the world. Punjab is reeling under heavy floods, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit the state tomorrow to take stock of the situation. That is the biggest story that we are tracking. Let's get you all the updates on that story and much more. It's over to my colleague Riyanka. Well, thank you, Aishwarya, for getting us an insight on what we are tracking this morning. Of course, Prime Minister's visit is very, very crucial given the time that monsoon mayhem has hit Punjab, Gurdaspur and Himachal. Prime Minister's visit is very, very significant. We will get you all the details, but first up, the top headlines. Masked man, YouTubers, anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with evidence. Sri Ravi Shankar speaks to Republic Kannada on Dharmastala hoax, says the stigma will be raised. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on September 9. Prime Minister to interact with farmers in Gurdaspur. NIA carries out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and union territories of Jammu and Kashmir in terror conspiracy case. Pakistani intruder arrested along international border in Jammu's Araspura sector. And viewers, let's get started with some breaking news coming in. National Investigation Agency is carrying out searches in 20 locations across 5 states and union territory of Jammu and Kashmir in a terror conspiracy case, as per officials, is what we are able to understand. Those are the latest developments coming in as far as this breaking news is concerned, where the NIA is carrying out fresh searches in 20 locations across 5 states and union territory of Jammu and Kashmir in a terror conspiracy case. These are the latest updates coming in. Raids across 5 states and also in Jammu and Kashmir as well. And this is coming in as a big breaking development given there are investigations that are continuing in the terror conspiracy case. My colleague Zeenat is joining us to give us more updates and details. Zeenat, it is a big development coming in as we continue to track all the, all these investigations from the agencies as they continue to build a crackdown on the terror conspiracy case.
Yes, this is again another raid that we see in South Kashmir as well as in North Kashmir. This time the NIA is searching in Baramulla. This is the Patan Baramulla where the search is being carried in North Kashmir. In South Kashmir, it is Pulwama as well as Kulgam. The searches are being carried in the general FIR that has been registered in the branch of NIA in Chennai. This is more about the separatism, more about terror funding, more about instigating violence on the ground. So the searches are being conducted by the NIA along with the J&K police and the CRPF. In some of their cases today, Aadhaar cards and some bank documents as of now have been recovered because these are the early morning raids that were carried by the National Investigating Agency. There have been multiple raids in the past also by the NIA or the ED or by the SIA to take the terror network out from the Kashmir Valley, to break the chain. That is why these raids have been conducted. And many a times the NIA has also been successful in detaining or arresting the individuals who were part of the terror network or providing a logistic support to the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. So another specific raid that is coming in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir specific, in the general FIR that was registered by the NIA in the Chennai branch, about the terror funding, logistical support, separatism, and also how the terrorist movement were conducted by providing the fund to the terror organizations.
That's right. Zeenat, also, before I let you go, what are the other expected lines of investigation that we are seeing? Because the NIA has been continuing to build its crackdown on several of these terror organizations, the groups that are under the scrutiny at this point in time. We have been seeing that there are multiple raids that have happened in the past few days, and there are many more that is expected in the coming few days as well.
These raids are the part of the investigation process, that whenever NIA gets lead about the particular person or the household that they are supporting the terror network, accordingly they frame their work and then the raids are executed to get more documentation, to get more hands on certain inputs that will connect the dots for the further investigation. This is an FIR that was registered by NIA in the Chennai branch, and the raids are being seen in the Kashmir today at around 20 locations since morning. Despite the weather is challenging in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing the soldiers on the ground from the CRPF and the J&K police who are assisting the NIA in these raids. The raids are in Patan, it's in Baramulla, then in South Kashmir's Kulgam, and also in Pulwama, where the raids are going on. How the NIA will turn the pages of this investigation, how many people more will be booked, the kind of dots that will be connected by the NIA to give another body blow to the terror organizations, be it the Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish, Hizbul Mujahideen, which is a homegrown terror outfit. The time will tell. But yes, this is a part of the investigation. Earlier also we have seen under this FIR, multiple raids were conducted in Jammu as well as in Kashmir Valley.
Well, that's right. Zeenat, stay on with us as we get in more breaking news coming in. What we are able to understand that there is an encounter which is underway in Kulgam. Gunshots have been exchanged between terrorists and security forces. More reinforcement have been rushed towards the forest belt. Now, as per reports, what we understand that there is one para soldier and one soldier of 9 RR who have been injured in this operation. So the encounter is underway in Kulgam, and there are terrorists that are present. Gunshots have already been exchanged between the terrorists and security forces. I will quickly go across to my colleague to help us understand more details on this. Zeenat, I would come to you regarding this fresh development coming in. Time and again, there are several encounters that we witness, and a fresh one coming in from Kulgam. And we also are seeing that there are injuries that have been suffered by the forces as well.
This is an encounter that is taking place in the Gudar forest belt. So obviously it is away from the human belt. So it takes a lot of time for the people or the soldiers to send the reinforcement, because earlier also in the month of August, the encounter was witnessed in the Malwa forest belt, where the soldiers had to take the injury as well as the casualty. This time the input was generated by Jammu and Kashmir police. Accordingly, the input was shared with the Indian army, who launched an encounter. Is after getting the specific leads, the terrorists, after seeing the soldiers coming near to them, they fired upon, triggering the encounter. As of now, the encounter is on. We are seeing the more reinforcement being rushed to the spot, and also we are picking that around 2 to 3 three terrorists. This is a group of terrorists that have been taking hide in the forest belt here in Gudar forest belt of Kulgam, where the encounter is on. See, these kind of encounters are usually tricky as they are taken up in the treacherous terrains in the forest belt. So usually the possibility of a casualty, because usually the terrorists are seen in the upper strategic points, that gives them edge to watch the movement of the soldiers. How the soldiers will neutralize the terrorists, or whether they once again manage to escape from this spot again, because Kulgam has always been on a radar of security forces since last month, when the soldiers were, many of them were injured and some of them suffered casualty as well. So since then, the searches and the intelligence were gathered by the joint forces of Jammu and Kashmir police and the army, and finally today an encounter seen in Kulgam. Meanwhile, the reports suggest that one JCO and also one RR soldier has been injured, but we are not confirming it. These are just the reports that have come in. We need to wait for this development from the army, whether the army will confirm the soldiers have been injured or not. But yes, the gunshots that were heard by the locals, by the people, that confirms that there is an encounter. Now also we are picking that the J&K police has also confirmed encounter in Kulgam's Gudar forest belt that comes in the South Kashmir.
Right, Zeenat, in a brief, would you like to explain the area? As you said, it is in a higher strategic point. There is difficulty in the reinforcement to reach that point. But what about the civilian, residencies there? Is it anywhere close to the civilian areas? How does it look like strategically?
See, as I said, this is in the upper belts. This is the forest belt. So there is no point of the human habitation or around. But yes, the roads are tricky, mountainous road, treacherous road. So that gives an edge to the terrorists or a bit difficulty to the soldiers. Although the soldiers are usually trained for jungle warfare or for such terrains. So needs to be seen whether the soldier will be able to neutralize the terrorist group that has been hiding in the forest belt of Gudar. Gudar is again more than 120 kilometers from the Srinagar upper belt, forest belt of Kulgam, where the searches were carried after getting credible leads about the movement of the terrorists. Terrorists fired upon the security forces, triggering an encounter. And now we are seeing and picking that it is the reinforcement more and more. And in some time from now, the aerial surveillance too will be launched to see the pinpoint location of the terrorists who have been hiding in the forest. Because see, this is an autumn season where you have the trees having the full foliage, and it is that gives a bit difficulty to get an exact location of the terrorists. So seeing all the difficulties at present, but we see that encounter being launched by the joint forcing, though again confirming that it is at end of the J&K police about the movement of the terrorists that was shared with the Indian army who are trained in the jungle warfare. They launched this encounter. In fact, there was a retaliation that had come down from the Indian army, because it was first the terrorists who fired upon them. We are picking again, it is an unconfirmed report that the two soldiers, one JCO and a para soldier has been injured in this, although they have been evacuated for the medical treatment.
Right.
The encounter continues in the Gudar forest belt of Kulgam in South Kashmir.
Absolutely. Zeenat, appreciate you giving us those detailed inputs, and we will be coming back to you through the course of the day as the developments flow in this encounter. So viewers, a very, very crucial encounter underway in Kulgam. Now, moving on, viewers, we shift our focus. Over 25 people have been detained by the police after a national emblem engraved on a foundation stone at a mosque in Srinagar was vandalized by a mob. Now, politics too has peaked with the national conference justifying the attack, saying that engraving emblem in a mosque is anti-Islam. Watch this report to know more.
National emblem in Srinagar hit with stone. Over 25 men detained. The shrine politics has escalated. National Conference justified the attack, stating that engraving emblem in mosque is anti-Islam.
हजरतबल में जो हुआ वो गलत था, उनको वो बोर्ड लगाना नहीं चाहिए था। ये दरगाह जो बनी है यहाँ के लोगों के या कोई भी जो यहाँ पे ज़ियारतें हैं वो यहाँ के लोगों के पैसे से बनी हुई है, किसी के मेहरबानी से नहीं बनी। यहाँ पे जब ये बनी कोई बोर्ड नहीं लगाया, शेर कश्मीर ने अपना नाम नहीं लिखा हुआ क्योंकि अल्लाह के नाम पे था और उसके रसूल के नाम पे था। मगर इन्होंने जो गलती की, इन्होंने वहाँ बोर्ड लगाया, वो लोगों को पसंद नहीं आया, उन्होंने कहा ये गलत है और उसको करना नहीं चाहिए था, बहुत गलत किया उसने।
Earlier, his son and Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister too said that emblem at a religious place hurt the public sentiments.
मैंने अभी तक किसी भी मजहबी दायरे में किसी भी फंक्शन में इस तरह का एम्बलम का इस्तेमाल होते हुए नहीं देखा है। तो क्या मजबूरी बनी थी कि हजरत बल के इस प्रोग्राम इस पत्थर पे एक तो एम्बलम इस्तेमाल और फिर पत्थर लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत थी ना? क्या काम काफ़ी नहीं था? सरकारी एम्बलम सिर्फ और सिर्फ सरकारी फंक्शनों में इस्तेमाल होता है। मस्जिद जो है, दरगाह, मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, ये सरकारी दायरे नहीं है, ये मजहबी दायरे होते हैं। मजहबी दायरों में सरकारी एम्बलम इस्तेमाल नहीं होते।
Justification of vandalism did not go down too well with the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP said that emblem is a national symbol and is put wherever any government institution works.
जो अशोक स्तंभ है वो कोई धार्मिक चिन्ह नहीं है, वो राष्ट्रीय चिन्ह है और जहाँ पर भी जो गवर्नमेंट की संस्था काम करती है वो उसमें लगाया जाता है। उस पर जिस तरह की राजनीति हो रही है, ये नफरती राजनीति है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। किस तरह उसको तोड़ना, अपने देश में अशोक स्तंभ को कोई तोड़ेगा, ये कहीं से भी स्वीकार नहीं है।
इंसिडेंट बहुत ही अफसोसनाक है और नेशनल एम्बलम को तोड़ना खुद की ये तो एक दहशतगर्दाना हमला है और एक सियासी पार्टी के गुंडे हैं जिन्होंने ये किया है। इसमें कानूनी तौर पे इन्होंने बहुत बड़ा क्राइम किया है और एम्बलम, नेशनल एम्बलम तोड़ना ये क्राइम है और इन्होंने जिस तरह से दरगाह के असासे को नुकसान पहुंचाया है, तो ऐसे लोगों को दरगाह में जो भी ये आइडेंटिफाई होंगे उम्र भर के लिए यहाँ पे बैन होगी और FIR होगी।
A sacred shrine, national emblem and a political storm. Hazrat Bal now stands at the heart of a growing controversy.
In view of the natural disaster situation in Uttarakhand, the government of Rajasthan has extended financial assistance of ₹5 crore to the government of Uttarakhand. This aid will be utilized for immediate relief and rehabilitation efforts in the disaster-affected areas of the state. In a letter addressed to Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Rajasthan Chief Minister expressed deep condolences over the tragic circumstances, stating that in this difficult time of natural calamity, Rajasthan will consider the suffering of people of Uttarakhand as its own. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge slammed the farmers who had come to him complaining about their destroyed crops. He said that you've come to show your pigeon pea crop is damaged, and he also questioned how much of the crop is spoiled. He said that yours may be 4 acres affected, but mine has 40 acres ruined. A 20-year-old woman was allegedly gang raped by 2 of her acquaintances on her birthday in an upscale locality in Kolkata. The incident took place in Regent Park area in southern outskirts of the city on Friday. The 2 accused who went missing after the crime were identified as Chandan Malik and Deep. Deep is reportedly a government employee, and according to the police sources, the survivor from Haridevpur alleged the assault took place when Chandan took her to Deep's house on the pretext of celebrating her birthday. As the critical Jammu-Srinagar highway, National Highway NH44 continues to remain closed, commuters and locals cross the landslide-affected area on foot by traversing a makeshift path carved along the upper section of the collapsed hillside. Jammu and Kashmir Police and CRPF have been deployed at the site to assist and manage the situation. Deputy SP of Udhampur headquarters, Prahlad Kumar, said that the CRPF is engaged and helping the people.
पिछले 4-5 दिन से रास्ता बंद होने के कारण लोग इस पार भी फंसे हुए हैं, उस पार भी फंसे हुए हैं। लोगों के फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए हमने प्रॉपर डिप्लॉयमेंट निकाली हुई है। सीआरपीएफ के साथ अपने पुलिस की नफरी लगाई हुई है, इनको गाइड कर रहे हैं। लेकिन बीच बीच में जो बारिश हो रही है, बारिश की वजह से हम ये बंद मूवमेंट, जो पैदल मूवमेंट है, बंद करा रहे हैं।
Amid incessant rainfall in Tamil Nadu, the main road leading from Avanipuram to the airport witnesses waterlogging over several suburban areas of Madurai. This as the regional Met Center in Chennai has issued a weather advisory forecasting heavy rainfall across parts of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry over the next few days. And we were shifting our focus, some breaking news coming in from the Dharmastala case. The entire Skull gang will be called in for investigation is what we are able to gather. All characters, including the masked man, the YouTubers and anti-temple activists to be called in and questioned together. They will be confronted with evidence. So that is the big breaking news coming in, viewers. As far as the Dharmastala hoax case is concerned, the entire Skull gang will be now confronted. That includes the masked man, the YouTubers, all will be coming together and they will be confronted. They have been called in for investigation. All the characters, the YouTubers, the temple activists, the masked man, all will be coming in and questioned together and they will be confronted with the evidence. So that is a big development that we are tracking this morning as far as the Dharmastala hoax case is concerned. The probe is also building up with huge momentum as at this point in time coming in that the accused will be confronted with evidence and it is going to be the masked man who will be put in face to face with the evidence, as well as the YouTubers and also the temple activists who will be brought in together and they will be questioned and they will be confronted with evidence. My colleague Nagendra joining us live and to give us more details. नागेंद्र, जो हम देख पा रहे हैं कि ये धर्मस्थला का जो केस है इसमें और आगे कार्रवाई बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि अभी जो जानकारी निकल के आ रही है कि मास्क्ड मैन और जो यूट्यूबर्स है, जो टेंपल के एक्टिविस्ट है, सबको एक जगह बुला के एविडेंस के साथ कन्फ्रंट करवाया जाएगा। इस पे और जानकारी दीजिए।
रियंका, देखिए, मास्क मैन सोकाल्ड चिन्नैया को जेल को छोड़ने के बाद, मतलब उसका पुलिस कस्टडी खत्म होने के बाद उसका जुडिशियरी कस्टडी को छोड़ दिया है। उसके बाद एसआईटी और एक एंगल में इन्वेस्टिगेशन को चालू रखा है। देखिए, एसआईटी ऑफिसर्स ये स्कल का पीछे पड़ा है। ये स्कल को कौन लेके आया, किसने लेके आया, किधर से लेके आया बोल के उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन को गया था। वो समय में एसआईटी थोड़ा इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट किया। देखिए, वो पूरा जानकारी लेने के लिए एसआईटी आज बहुत बड़ा इंट्रागेशन करने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है। अभी थोड़ी ही देर में 7 लोग एक ही साथ इंक्वायरी को आ रहे हैं। देखिए, पहला गिरीश लोकनाथ मट्टनवर और सेकंड कंप्लेनेंट जयंत और सौजन्या का फादर इन लॉ विठल गौड़ा, उसके साथ था प्रदीप गौड़ा और उसके बाद केरला का यूट्यूबर मनाफ एंड कर्नाटक का यूट्यूबर्स समीर एंड अभिषेक। इन लोगों को नोटिस दिया है, आज इंट्रागेशन के लिए तुम सब लोग आना है बोल के उसको नोटिस दिया है। इसलिए सब लोग 10 बजे तक लगभग ये लोग आने वाला है। उसको अलग अलग तरीका से इंट्रागेशन करने के लिए अभी एसआईटी ऑफिसर भी रेडी हुआ है। थोड़ी ही देर में एसआईटी एसपी दयामा एंड एसआईटी एसपी सैमन दोनों आके इन लोगों को हर एक बंदा को इंट्रागेशन करने के लिए प्रिपेयर हो रहे। देखिए, ये स्कल गैंग है ना, ये स्कल गैंग के पीछे बहुत बड़ा कॉन्स्पिरेसी हुआ है बोल के एसआईटी को इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है। इसका सत्य शोधन करने के लिए एसआईटी अभी आगे बढ़ा है। इसका वजह से 7 लोगों को आज इंट्रागेशन के लिए नोटिस देके बुलाया है। रियंका,
नागेंद्र जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ। व्यूअर्स, एज वी गेट इन मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कमिंग in this case itself, details of the skull, it was given to the masked man by 2 other conspirators. It was reportedly brought to Delhi. 3 of the conspirators took a flight to Delhi. 1 took the train to carry the skull and avoid the detection. They had kept it in the lodge for 4 days. An investigation on to find out more details continue. So very important and interesting development coming in, viewers. As far as the Dharmastala case is concerned, we are getting the details of the Skull Gang's Delhi tour, which is now under scrutiny, and they apparently, the masked man had in fact he was given the skull by 2 other conspirators. It was reportedly brought to Delhi by 3 of the conspirators. 2 of them took a flight and 1 took the train to avoid detection. He was carrying the skull. They kept it in a lodge for 4 days. An investigation is taking place in this matter. I will go across to Nagendra once again, who is bringing us all the latest updates. नागेंद्र, और जो जानकारी जो हमें मिल रही है, क्योंकि ये जो पूरा स्कल गैंग है, इन्होंने पूरा दिल्ली का टूर किया था। 3 लोग थे इंक्लूडिंग द मास्क मैन, और मास्क मैन को 2 और लोगों ने स्कल दिया था। कुछ फ्लाइट से गए थे, कुछ एक ट्रेन से गया था, वो लॉज में रखा था पूरे स्कल को। तो पूरा ये जो केस है, पूरा जो स्टोरी है, इस पे और जानकारी दीजिए।
रियंका, देखिए, पूरा इंडिया आज जान रहा है जस्टिस फॉर सौजन्या का बारे में एक होराट चल रहा है। इसका बारे में सौजन्या का मावा विठल गौड़ा पहली बार बंगला गुड्डा से उस स्कल को निकालता है, उसको साथ देता है प्रदीप गौड़ा। पहला ये विठल गौड़ा स्कल को निकाल के बंगला गुड्डा से लेके आके जयंत को देता है, सॉरी गिरीश मट्टनवर को देता है। वो गिरीश मट्टनवर 2 दिन उसके पास रखे, उसके बाद जयंत को गिरीश मट्टनवर स्कल को हैंड ओवर करता है। जयंत वो स्कल को लेके जून महीने में, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को अभी एक्सक्लूसिवली इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है, जून महीना में 4 लोग दिल्ली को जाता है। एक जयंत ट्रेन में जाता है, गिरीश मट्टनवर, मास्कमैन एंड सुजाता भट्ट, ये तीनों फ्लाइट में जाता है। दिल्ली को जाने के बाद सब लोग मिलके एक होटल में तो मीटिंग करता है। मीटिंग करने के बाद वापस उस स्कल को वही होटल के पास छोड़ के एक जगह पे छुपा के वापस 4 लोग फ्लाइट में वापस आ जाता है। उसके बाद 4 दिन के बाद ये जयंत फिर ट्रेन में जाके उधर पहुंच के वो स्कल को वापस लेके ट्रेन में वापस आ जाता है। ये अभी इंफॉर्मेशन रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को मिला है, क्योंकि स्कल को लेके गए तो एयरपोर्ट का अंदर वो फंस जाएगा बोल के उन लोगों को पता था। इसका वजह से ये लोग ट्रेन में जाके, जयंत ट्रेन में जाके स्कल को उधर रखे, उसके बाद 4 दिन छोड़ के फिर जाके स्कल को लेके आया है। अभी ये इंफॉर्मेशन रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को मिल चुका है। अभी एसआईटी इसके बारे में इंट्रोगेशन भी आज करने वाला है। रियंका
जी, नागेंद्र जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ, हम इस पे और जानकारी देंगे हमारे व्यूअर्स को। सो व्यूअर्स, व्हाट वी आल्सो सी दैट देयर इज मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ कमिंग इन. What we understand at this point in time that Sri Ravi Shankar has spoken out on the Dharmastala case, and he said that the stigma will be erased. What we are also gathering at this point that this is a very big development, because Sri Ravi Shankar has spoken out in the Dharmastala case. As one hand the probe has gathered pace, and he has also said that the stigma will be erased at this point in time. Back-to-back breaking news that we continue to track, viewers, in terms of the Dharmastala probe and the hoax case, with many developments that will be coming in today itself, starting from the confrontation with the evidence of the accused to several other details of the entire trail of the skull being brought from Delhi. And now Sri Ravi Shankar speaking out, saying that stigma will be erased.
ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆದು, ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ. ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆದು, ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ.
And viewers, some more breaking news coming in. Amid the ongoing SIT probe into the unnatural deaths at Dharmastala, several women organizations have written to Congress leader Sonia Gandhi under the banner "Who Killed Women in Dharmastala?" The letter recalls that in July 2025, the State Women's Commission had already urged the Chief Minister to form an SIT over reports of the unnatural deaths and sexual assaults in Dharmastala. Activists and local media have reportedly and repeatedly highlighted historic cases, including the 2012 Saujanya case, 1986 Padmatala case and 1979 Vidavali case. I will quickly go across to my colleague Nagendra. Nagendra, बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट आ रही हैं, क्योंकि हमें जो पता चल रहा है इस बार की जो SIT का प्रोब चल रहा है, उसके साथ साथ काफ़ी वुमेन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने सोनिया गांधी को लेटर लिखा था और कहा था कि जो भी इसमें जानकारी है उस पर SIT फॉर्म किया जाना चाहिए इन अननेचुरल डेथ्स पे, इस पे और क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन निकल करके आ रही है?
रियंका, देखिए, एक तरीका में SIT सत्य शोधन कर रहा है. ये स्कल का पीछे कौन था, कॉन्स्पिरेसी किसने किया, ये पूरा जानकारी लेने के लिए कंटिन्यूअसली लगभग 1 महीना से SIT इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. इसका पहले बहुत सारा कंप्लेंट भी आ रहा था SIT को. सौजन्या का मदर कुसुमावती भी आके कंप्लेंट दिया था, वो भी मास्क मैन का ऊपर. वही टाइम पे SIT बोला इसका यही केस में उसका भी हम लोग इंट्रागेशन करेगा बोल के उसको लेटर भी दिया था SIT. उसके बाद और ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट भी आ रहा था, लेकिन यही टाइम पे ह्यूमन कमिश्नर एक लेटर लिखा था सोनिया गांधी को. ये SIT का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, इसका पीछे कौन है ये पता करने के लिए आपको ये इसको इंटरफेयर होना पड़ता है बोल के एक लेटर लिखा था. ये लेटर अभी बहुत सारा चर्चा भी हो रहा है.
नागेंद्र, हम आपसे आगे की जानकारी लेते रहेंगे, इस खबर पे हम बने रहेंगे. व्यूअर्स, विद दैट इट इज टाइम दैट वी शिफ्ट आवर फोकस एंड गेट यू मोर डेवलपमेंट्स, बट आफ्टर द शॉर्ट ब्रेक, as NIA carries out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in terror conspiracy case.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीख।
Masked man, YouTubers, anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with evidence. Sri Ravi Shankar speaks to Republic Kannada on the Dharmastala hoax, says the stigma will be erased. Prime Minister Modi to visit flood-hit areas in Punjab on 9th of September. Prime Minister to also interact with farmers in Gurdaspur. NIA carries out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in terror conspiracy case. And a Pakistani intruder arrested along the international border in Jammu's Arispura sector. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. India has assured that Mehul Choksi will not be kept in solitary confinement in Barrack number 12, which will not be overcrowded. His cell will be monitored 24/7. His extradition hearing will be in the second week of September. On India's request, Belgian authorities arrested Mehul Choksi in April. Since then, he is lodged in an Antwerp prison. And recently, Mehul Choksi's bail application was rejected on the grounds of flight risk. So the big question, will the defaulter be repatriated to India from Belgium? Well, India has assured the authorities that he will not be kept in solitary confinement. His barrack will not be overcrowded and his cell will be monitored 24/7. All right. Our executive editor, Shravan Sen, is now joining us on the phone line. Shravan, what does this really mean? The big question, will the PNB defaulter be repatriated to India from Belgium?
Well, in fact, the extradition hearing is already underway. In fact, what we have essentially given is that a letter of assurance has now been given by the government of India. This was on the 4th of September. Not just that, what we are also given to understand is that there are multiple assurances that have been given by the Indian government to the Belgian authorities. One, with regards to the condition of the jail. In fact, India has made it very clear that once he is extradited and to face the law, he would be basically held at barrack number 12. That would be in Mumbai. That's Arthur Road Jail Complex in Mumbai, if and when he is extradited. They've also given the assurance that Mehul Choksi would be kept in a cell which he will get a minimum of 3 square meters of personal space. This is not including any furniture throughout the period for his prospective detention. The second assurance has been given that the detention cell in which he will be kept will have a provision of a mattress, pillow and a few other amenities. A metal frame wooden bed would be provided. Adequate light and ventilation would be given. Mehul Choksi will have sufficient access to clean drinking water. He will also have access to adequate toilet and washing facilities. They have also been given assurances with regards to the space that has been given in the cell so that exercise could be carried out, given the fact that he has a fragile health at this point in time. And one of the reasons why he is time and again argued with regards to against the extradition is only because of his on medical grounds. In fact, he was in Belgium and essentially wanted perhaps some sort of assurance from the Belgian authorities that he would be allowed to carry out medical that he would be able to avail medical facilities. But remember, in Belgium, once he had basically landed, he was taken into custody by the authorities. This is after the request that was made by the Indian government and the extradition process, which is basically underway. In fact, the reason why these assurances have essentially been given, because remember, this is something that they have essentially learned from what has transpired in United Kingdom, particularly in the case of Nirav Modi as well as Vijay Mallya. They have essentially argued that if they go back to India, then perhaps their human rights would be violated. And they have time and again highlighted the poor condition of prisons in India. That is the reason why you have the government of India. In fact, this is a letter that has been written by the Joint Secretary Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, sending this letter on 4th of September, signed by a Joint Secretary, and it has been addressed to the authorities in Belgium, where they are saying that they are going to provide all necessary facilities that are essentially required. And it's about a 5-pager that has been sent to the authorities, where they've essentially said what kind of facilities would be provided in terms of the access to natural light, ventilation, sanitary facilities, security, outdoor exercise, communication, media, health and medical facilities, religious services, diet and nutrition. All of it has now been covered in the letter that has been sent by the government of India to the Belgian authorities. Now, when the matter basically comes up for hearing, this is going to be beneficial on 2 counts. The reason being, number one, that the extradition will be looking into 2 aspects. Whether at all there is a case that has been cut out against Mehul Choksi. And second, if at all he is extradited, will any of the norms be violated? So keeping both these issues in mind, I'm given to understand that the matter, when it comes for hearing, the extradition process will be coming up for hearing very soon. Well, this is going to be a little more handy for the Indian authorities.
All right, Shawan, thank you so much for those details there. And now let's go across to my colleague Akhil, who is joining us from the national capital. Akhil, since you're reporting from Delhi, tell us how the Indian government, how active really is the Indian government engaging with the Belgian authorities to expedite Mehul Choksi's extradition?
Well, that's right. If you see, the Indian government has assured Belgium that the fugitive jailer, in this case, accused in 25,000 crore Punjab National Bank fraud, will be accommodated in humane conditions. And earlier, if you see, he was basically in Antwerp, and after that, what we have got to learn that he'll be extradited very soon. An extradition process is underway. And if you see, when he'll be back in Mumbai, then 20 by 15 feet cell, which has a separate toilet. Apart from that, it has got 3 ceiling fans, 6 fluorescence lights, and multiple ventilators as well will be provided in that 20 by 15 cell. So it's very likely that Mehul Choksi will be extradited very soon.
All right, Akhil, are there any indications of any diplomatic back-channel talks or high-level talks that are currently underway?
That's right. If you see, the authorities have given an assurance that Mehul Choksi will not be placed in solitary confinement. Instead, he will share this with another under trial facing economic offences, EOW case against someone. So it's very likely that Mehul Choksi will share that cell with someone else in that confinement. And it's very likely that the government has already highlighted that barrack number 12 is separate from the main prison complex, which is basically to avoid the overcrowding and the risk of violence and extortion.
All right, Akhil, thank you so much for those details there. So if you wait and watch, how does this case pan out, and when will Mehul Choksi really be extradited to India? Of course, the case is currently underway in a court. Let's move on in the bulletin now. News from Jammu and Kashmir. Big breaking news coming. In fact, there's an encounter that is going on in a Gudar forest belt in Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir, and gunshots have been exchanged between the terrorists and the security forces. We learned that one more reinforcement has been rushed towards this forest belt. Now, reports suggest that one para soldier and one soldier of the SSR have been injured in this encounter. So what we do know at this moment is that this encounter is currently underway in the Kulgam area, and security forces launched a search operation which turned into an encounter after the terrorists opened fire at the security forces positions. So this encounter broke out between the terrorists and the security forces in the Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir. And this after the security forces launched a search operation in the Gudar forest area following information about the presence of terrorists there. My colleague Zeenat is joining us from Srinagar for more details. Zeenat, what more details do you have?
The unidentified terrorists have been neutralized by the joint security forces in the Gura forest belt in Kulgam, South Kashmir. There was the input about the movement of the terrorists in the forest belt of Gudar. This input was shared with the Indian Army. They launched an operation, and finally, one terrorist have been neutralized. He is an unidentified one, presently lying in the orchard there in the forest belt, and he's yet to be identified. Meanwhile, the search operation continues in the area. There is more reinforcement that is being rushed to the spot. You see that in the visuals itself. The weather is usually a challenge because it's been raining non-stop in Jammu and Kashmir, and Kulgam is again in the South Kashmir and has a connectivity with the Rajouri Poonch, where again it's raining. So challenging weather, but forces are not keeping their guards down. And even in the challenging weather, we see terrorists have been neutralized. It's after a very long time, because in August also, when the encounter was launched without any success, in that encounter, only the injuries and a casualty had come into the kitty of Indian Army. Finally, a terrorist this time had been neutralized in the swift operation that was launched by the joint forces.
And Zeenat, also give us more information about the encounter, in the sense that we are getting information that an army personnel has been injured during this encounter, and more reinforcements, as you mentioned, have been sent in. Give us more details of how the security forces are upgrading their search and rescue operations to ensure that everything goes on smoothly.
The 9 RR soldier and the para soldier have been injured. JCU has been injured in this ongoing encounter. Both of them have been evacuated to the medical facility for the further treatment. As far as this encounter and the area is concerned, it is more than 120 kilometers from the Srinagar state, and it has been on the radar of the joint security forces for a very long time. If you see the encounter of August, there also it continued for around 10 days without any success to the joint forces, and then the operation was the search operation continued. The aerial service was used, that the drones were used to drop the bombs, then to decimate the terror hideouts and the terrorists, but without any success. Then the operation finally was concluded. But now again we have seen that the searches were in the area for quite some time now, and finally today a success has come to the sources, to the security forces on the ground who have been part of this operation. The visual that we are beaming on the screen is showing that a terrorist with a weapon is lying on the ground. This is the apple orchard where this encounter, where he's been neutralized, and the dead body from the spot has been retrieved, although he's not been identified yet. But the sources within the system tells you that he can be a local terrorist who have been neutralized in this ongoing operation.
All right, Zeenat, continue to stay with us as we get our viewers these visuals from Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir, where the encounter is ongoing, and we understand 2 army personnel have been injured. But the security forces launched a search operation in Gudar forest area following the information about the presence of terrorists there. And this is the apple orchard that our reporter is being talking about. And the search operation there turned into an encounter. This after the terrorists opened fire on the security forces. And remember earlier... All right, these visuals we are getting, these are the exclusive visuals that we are getting from Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is, as you can see, the blurred area. This is the terrorist who has been gunned down. And this after
This is taking place in the Gudar forest area. This is an apple orchard area that our report has been telling us about. And this happened after security forces launched a search operation in the Gudar forest area. There was information about the presence of terrorists there, and this search operation turned into an encounter. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where a Pakistani intruder was arrested along the international border in Araspura sector. The intruder Siraj Khan from Sargodha in Punjab province of Pakistan was noticed by the border security force troops that were maintaining the outpost at 9:20 p.m. on Sunday. The troops fired a few rounds after challenging the intruder, who was subsequently arrested near the border fence. Some Pakistani currency notes were also recovered from him. And the intruder travelled more than 250 kilometers from Sargodha in Pakistan to reach the Indo-Pakistan border. So this Pakistani intruder has been arrested along the international border. This intruder has now been identified as Siraj Khan from Sargodha in Punjab province of Pakistan. He was notified by the BSF troops and Gursimran, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Gursimran, what details do we have about this particular intruder who has now been arrested, Siraj Khan? He has been identified. What more details are the security forces revealing?
A major success coming for the border security force in the Araspura sector of Jammu, wherein they have apprehended a Pakistani intruder identified as Siraj Khan. Right now we are reporting from the border outpost Oktrai, from where this troops of the border security force, they apprehended the Pakistani national. He was from Sargodha. So now the security agencies are questioning, multiple intelligence agencies are carrying out a joint investigation, joint interrogation of this suspect that has been apprehended by the border security force. This was in this very area where he attempted to sneak in. He is a resident of Sargodha, but almost travelled more than 250 kilometers to reach this very point. Now the agencies suspect that he was here to procure some sensitive information, but due to the timely intervention of the border security force and the alertness of the troops that were deployed close to the border, their attempt was foiled, and now Siraj Khan has been apprehended. See, it is very crucial because the agencies are also looking into the angle that Sargodha was one of the locations that were hit by the Indian side during Operation Sindoor. So there lies a possibility that Pakistan might have radicalized this intruder who sneaked into the Indian territory to get some sensitive information. In a couple of minutes from now, we are told that he will be moved from this very place to the location where his medical test will be conducted, and post-medical test it is expected that he will be handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police, which will be further registering an FIR with regards to an Pakistani national illegally entering the Indian territory, and the legal action will follow. But this is really very concerning. We are told that the officials from the multiple agencies will also be questioning this Pakistani intruder later in the day, because his activities are suspicious. And also when the BSF troops opened the fire to challenge him, there was a firing from the Pakistani side as well, though it was some 30 to 45 minutes post this incident, but there was firing from the Pakistani side as well. So that is also being considered, that whether it was a backing that Pakistani rangers were trying to give to this intruder to sneak safely into the Indian territory. Keeping everything in view, multiple intelligence agencies, be it the central intelligence agencies or from the Jammu and Kashmir, they all will be questioning him, and after the questioning, the legal action will follow.
Right. And, you mentioned, Gursimran, that few currency notes were obtained from him, and there was, as you mentioned, about the firing that also took place, but whether it is related or not is to be found out. But any more information about the whereabouts of this particular person? What was his really motive into coming into this area? Any information that he has said so far in the questioning?
See, what we have spoken to the senior officials in the BSF as well as in the intel agencies, they are saying that he is continuously changing his statement. First he said that he do not know he has entered the Indian territory. Then he said that he has come here to meet someone, some high profile personality. So his statements are now fluctuating, and that's why the agencies are not trusting him. Agencies are saying that they need some more time, because see, it was around 10 late last evening when he was apprehended by the troops of the BSF, and then the questioning is going on. but nothing much has been obtained from him. It's only been roughly 11 hours since he was apprehended. So his medical has to be conducted, and post that a thorough interrogation will be done. A joint interrogation, you can see, that will have the Central Intelligence Agencies as well as the BSF and their intelligence wing. So when a joint interrogation will take place, then the things will come out that what was his motive of entering Indian territory. But for now, the agencies suspect that this is a foul play, and they are leaving nothing at chance. They are looking into every possible angle, because any person traveling 250 kilometers without any motive, it cannot be possible. So what was the motive? That is being presently worked upon by the agencies.
All right, thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those updates there. Thank you so much. And viewers, we need to move on in the bulletin. We have big breaking news coming in. Tension has gripped the Mathur town in Mandya district on Sunday night after a stone pelting incident between two groups of different faiths during the Ganesh idol immersion procession. Now, this procession, which started from the Siddhartha Nagar 5th cross, was being taken out under tight police security. However, things took a turn for the worse when the procession passed by a mosque near Ram Rahim Nagar at around 8 p.m. and a few miscreants pelted stones, prompting retaliation from the other group. The clash left 8 people injured, and the situation was brought under control by the police, who deployed additional forces and imposed prohibitory orders in the area. Authorities have urged residents to maintain peace and cooperation to restore normalcy. Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us for more details on that story. Abhishek, we understand that now situation has been brought under control and additional forces have also been deployed. Prohibitory orders are in place. What is the situation right now?
Well, at this point of time, I am at ground zero where the incident happened the previous night. It is exactly around 14 to 15 hours on a Sunday night at around 7 to 7:15. In between 7 and 7:15, people who belong to Siddhartha Nagar, especially which is located beside Ram Rahim Nagar, had to take the Ganesha idol procession towards the immersion. When the issue started, when the people who had installed the Ganesha started their rounds and they were coming through this road, we clearly see that there is a mosque here as well. As soon as the procession passed by the mosque, it is mentioned that the power was cut in the entire area and the stones were started being pelted from the mosque, and after which we've also been informed that there is a garage which is located right beside the police van, and also stones were pelted from within the garage towards the idol, and the fight broke out immediately between both of the faiths, being it Hindu and a Muslim. So at this point of time, there were a couple of home guards and women PCs present to make sure that the situation would be brought under control, and also heavy police machinery were used yesterday. The deployment of police were used yesterday immediately after the fight, or a communal fight broke out between Muslims and Hindus when the Ganesha procession was on. And at this point of time, at around 8 in the morning, SP Mallikarjuna Baladandi along with various other officers from neighboring districts as well visited Ram Rahim Nagar, Siddhartha Nagar, and has made sure that the entire area is maintained with prohibitory orders. No unwanted movements are to be made. We've also clearly seen that people from Hindu background or Hindu supporting activists have started moving in and around the area to make sure that they are condemning the issue or the pelting of stones on the idol by the other faith people. And also, we are here to show you that DAR, the police wing of DAR is being used here at this point of time. At least around 500 to 700 policemen have been deployed in and around Siddhartha Nagar and Ram Rahim Nagar. And also, we have been informed that the prohibitory orders might continue if at all things aren't calmer by the end of the day. So we will have to see how the Hindu activists and the groups will take it any further, and how the Muslim activists or the people who are involved in this conflict would take this further. And also, not to forget, 21 people have been taken into custody by the police is what the latest information we are able to give out now. And there is also a search for many people who are missing as of now. And also, there might be some of the juvenile cases also involved, is the information what we have received as of now. Back to the studio.
All right, so with the peace committee meetings, dialogues and reconciliatory events, we are hoping that peace be restored in the area. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for getting us all the updates from Ground Zero there. And viewers, we are taking a short break and coming up ahead, masked man, YouTubers, anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with the evidence. And in more update in the Dharmastala case, Sri Ravi Shankar speaks to Republic Kannada on the hoax, says the stigma will be erased. That updates on all the updates on the Dharmastala case and much more, viewers, is coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, for staying with us. The big story that we are tracking right now is that the government of India has promised a humane jail stay for Mehul Choksi if he is extradited to India. That is the biggest story that we are tracking at this hour. It's over to my colleague Riyanka.
Well, thank you, Aishwarya, for helping us with those details. And 2nd week of September is going to be the hearing for Choksi. We'll get you all the updates, but first up, the top headlines. Republic gets inside details of Mehul Choksi's extradition. Extradition hearing will be in the 2nd week of September. PM Modi to address the valedictory session on day 2 of NDA MP workshop. Masked man, YouTubers, anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with evidence. Sri Ravi Shankar speaks to Republic Kannada on Dharmastala hoax, says the stigma will be raised. NIA carries out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in terror conspiracy case. Big encounter underway in Kulgam, Skoda forest, unidentified terrorists killed in encounter. And viewers, let's get started with some breaking news coming in on top of this hour. Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar, in a post, shared that TMC leader was caught burning photos of Rabindranath Tagore. He said that in the premises of Chanchal College in Malda, a TMC leader openly burned the picture of world poet Rabindranath Tagore. And this scene not only deeply wounds the entire Bengali society, but also bows our heads in shame. So very shocking and shameful news coming in. What we understand that Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar in a post had shared the TMC leader was caught burning photos of Rabindranath Tagore. He said that in premises of Chanchal College in Malda district, a TMC leader openly burned the picture of world poet Rabindranath Tagore, and this scene not only deeply wounds the entire Bengali society but also bows our heads in shame. Big claims coming in on TMC leader who burnt photos of Rabindranath Tagore, and the BJP has of course shared those details, and we will be getting in more updates coming in. On the other hand, Jagannath Sarkar, Bengal BJP MP, is joining me on the phone line. Mr. Sarkar, how do you see these developments coming in? Because the TMCP leader burned photos of Rabindranath Tagore. He is pride of the Bengali community. He is one of the world famous poets, and he is of course a huge icon for the Bengali society. And burning his photos openly is actually a matter of huge shame for the society.
देखिए, बंगाल में कानून के तरफ नहीं चल रहा है कि वहाँ देश के हित ममता का पार्टी नहीं आया। अभी बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए प्रक्रिया हो रहा है। वो बांग्लादेश में रविंद्रनाथ के खिलाफ जो हो रहा है, उनका घर भी तोड़फोड़ हो गया, तो इसलिए उनका मानसिकता इधर भी बहुत है, ममता का लालन पालन नहीं है। इसलिए और क्या टीएमसी का चोरों का पार्टी है, उनका न्यूज भी नहीं होता है। ऐसा काम करे तो न्यूज में बन सकते, जानकारी आ जाएगा, दुनिया का पता है वो पार्टी का है। इसलिए काम इसके खिलाफ करते हैं, वो जो हिंदुस्तान के खिलाफ जो होगा ऐसा ही काम करते और न्यूज बनने के लिए करते। ममता का कई पार्टी का अंदर भी अनुशासन नहीं है, देश का पुलिस का भी शासन सही ढंग से नहीं चल रहा है। वो एक गुंडागर्दी का राज चल रहा है, काटमानी का राज चल रहा है। इनका वो जो मामला अभी ऐसा काम और भी होगा भविष्य में, दो टीएमसी खत्म करेगा, ऐसा है उनका। सनेशा तरफ आ गया।
मिस्टर शौरकर, ये जो छात्र परिषद के जो लीडर है जिन्होंने ये किया है, ओपनली रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर का फोटो उन्होंने बर्न किया है, इस पे आगे क्या डिमांड रखती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी? क्या करना चाहिए उनके अगेंस्ट?
देखिए, उनका तो पनिशमेंट मिलना चाहिए, लेकिन ममता का पुलिस तो नहीं देंगे। क्यों? वहाँ ममता उनका पास रेपिस्ट का पक्ष लेते हैं। वो काटमानी लेने के बाद चोरी करते तो चोरी का मौका दे रहा है, इसलिए वहाँ कानून का कोई मामला ही नहीं है। वो वहाँ टीएमसी का राज चल रहा है, तो उनका पनिशमेंट क्या होगा? हम पावर में सत्ता में आने के बाद बंगाल में ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। वो उनका मामला होगा, उनका खिलाफ कानूनी तरीका से जो होना चाहिए हमारा दल करेंगे, ऐसा बोल सकते। क्यों? रविंद्रनाथ हमारा गर्व है, बंगाल का गर्व है। वो रविंद्रनाथ केवल नहीं, बहुत मनीषी आदमी बंगाल में है, तो उनके लिए हम तो पक्ष में है, उनका आइडियोलॉजी के लिए चलता है। तो इससे जो उनका खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई करे तो उनका खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई कानून की तरफ होना चाहिए।
जी मिस्टर शौरकर, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और अपना इस वक्त सारा ओपिनियन रखने के लिए। Viewers, moving on with that, we get you some more breaking news that we are tracking on the broadcast. Edapadi Palaniswamy, the AIADMK General Secretary, made it clear that the 2026 elections is between AIADMK and the DMK, and this statement comes after Vijay has been constantly saying it is the DMK versus the TVK. Edapadi reiterated that in 2026 AIADMK will win over 200 seats. So that is the latest development as we are tracking in terms of the politics in Tamil Nadu ahead of the 2026 state elections. Now, Edapadi Palaniswamy, who is the AIADMK General Secretary, he has come out and given a very clear indication that 2026 elections is between the AIADMK and DMK, and the statement is coming in after Vijay has been constantly saying it is a DMK versus the TVK. Now, Palaniswamy has gone ahead and reiterated that it is the AIADMK that will win over 200 seats. It is a battle for Tamil Nadu, viewers, that we will be witnessing in early 2026. But the campaigning has already begun about it. My colleague Sharda joining me with more updates. Sharda, what are we gathering at this point in time, given that there is a huge political wave in Tamil Nadu ahead of the elections in 2026, with the EPS making it clear that the battle is between AIADMK and DMK?
Well, Priyanka, 2026 seems to be a huge turnout for the Tamil Nadu elections, especially with the party TVK that is started by actor Vijay. Well, there might be a change in the vote sharing policies with the number of seats being deviated from the AIADMK. Now, Edapadi Palaniswamy has made it very clear that it would be his party that would be winning 200 seats in the upcoming elections. And his statement was made last evening after multiple times actor Vijay has stated that the 2026 elections is between DMK and the TVK, where he has not taken ADMK into consideration at all. And now AIADMK leader Edapadi Palaniswamy made it clear that it would be the old party, the AIADMK, which will be fighting against the DMK with a strong hand, and that he did not even include actor Vijay as part of it. While there were rumors that Vijay would be taking the AIADMK alliance, however, after it was announced as part of NDA, and following which the BJP becoming the TVK's main camp electoral against policy that they have, TVK has now decided that they will be running alone, and Edapadi Palaniswamy is now completely moved away from the thought of joining hands with TVK, is what the leader is saying.
That's right. Sharda, appreciate you giving us those details as we continue to track in all the latest updates and developments coming in from Tamil Nadu, as the political heat is, of course, moving with full momentum in Tamil Nadu. It is a battle between the AIADMK versus the DMK, and the stance has been cleared by Edapadi Palaniswamy in this regard. Moving on, viewers, there is breaking news that we are tracking in. One terrorist has been eliminated in the ongoing Kulgam encounter. Terrorist has been identified as Amir Nasidar of Shopia, And we already know that an encounter is underway in Kulgam, and that is a big win for the forces. One terrorist has been neutralized, identified as Asim Nasirdar of Shopia district. So the encounter continues to be underway. The gunshots between the gunfire exchange between the forces and the terrorists is underway. But as you can see, we are getting you these exclusive visuals of that terrorist who has been eliminated successfully by the security forces. This morning, the encounter began in Kulgam in a high terrain strategic forest area away from the civilian areas, and as per reports, unconfirmed reports, we understood that there were 2 officials also who were left injured. But big win coming in there with one terrorist in Kulgam encounter neutralized very, very successfully by the security forces. We bring you all the updates because the encounter and crackdown on terror activities continues to be heavily monitored in Jammu and Kashmir region. And we are also bringing you those exclusive visuals from Kulgam encounter, where one terrorist has been neutralized. There were reports of 2 to 3 terrorists being trapped in the encounter site. But as you can see these visuals, viewers, the security forces there stationed well as they continue with their encounter at Kulgam region with one terrorist being neutralized. There have been several encounters with the past few days. And Zeenat, my colleague, joining me on the phone line. Zeenat, one terrorist has been neutralized very, very successfully by the security forces. Do we still have any official record that says and confirms that 2 of the officers were injured?
See, as far as the encounter in Kulgam is concerned, this is an ongoing operation where a terrorist identified as Asim Nasirdar, who hails from Shopian but was operating in Kulgam of South Kashmir, and he comes from the terror outfit LET, Lashkar-e-Toiba, terrorist killed in Kulgam operation. This is an ongoing operation. Meanwhile, a JCO, a para soldier, have also been injured in this attack. This was an operation carried by Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army in the forest belt of Gudar Kulgam, where as of now the operation continues. This is the first operation in the month of September we see where a success has come to the joint forces by neutralizing a terrorist. In fact, the terrorists who have been neutralized in an apple orchard, and also that there has been a confirmation coming in now from the joint forces that a terrorist has been killed. Although we have already displayed the photo.
That's right, Zeenat. Appreciate you giving us those details as we continue to track in these exclusive developments coming in from Kulgam. We will be getting in more updates as and when the encounter proceeds. But moving on, we have some breaking news to address, viewers. As far as the Dharmastala hoax case is concerned, the entire Skull gang will be called in for investigation. All the characters, including the masked man, the YouTubers and the anti-temple activists, will be called in by the agency officers together. They will be confronted with the evidence, and then thereafter the entire investigation will continue to build up its huge momentum. So that is the latest breaking news that we are tracking. The accused will be confronted with the evidence so that there is an ease of investigation, and that will be bringing out several huge revelations as we suppose the Skull gang together will be questioned in this case as the Dharmastala probe gathers huge momentum at this point in time. Back-to-back updates coming in, viewers. With each passing day, Republic is leading the story, and we are bringing you all these updates. My colleague Sri Lakshmi is joining us live on the broadcast with more details from Republic Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, help us with the updates that are coming in, because there is a fast-paced investigation that is going on in the Dharmastala hoax case. Now, the entire Skull gang is going to be called in together for investigation. They will be confronted with the evidences.
Very true. It is also said that all the 7 alleged persons were called for the investigation today, and SIT has intensified the investigation, and investigation is on a fast track. It is said that Vittal Gowda, who was Saujanya's uncle, had already confessed that it is him who has brought the skull from Banglegudda place of Dharmasthala, and it is also said that lot many many information we are getting on this. It is also said that Vittal Gowda was denied a tender by the Temple Trust, considering his misappropriation in running the business near Netravati river place. Now it is for that revenge he is doing all this. This is what the localites are giving the information to Republic. It is also said that this Vittal Gowda hatched out this whole conspiracy against Temple Trust for the revenge, and now it is also said that he is confessing all these facts. SIT has to come up with the final report of the whole investigation, and these things have to be confirmed by the SIT. And along with this Vittal Gowda, there's Girish Matanavar, there's Mahesh Timrodi, in whose house the whole plan was being hatched out, and so many other people are there. And today SIT has called all these 7 people, Vittal Gowda, Pradeep Gowda, Girish Matanavar, and Jayant, who was the second complainant, and these 2 YouTubers, Samir and Abhishek. It is also said that these 2 YouTubers, after SIT gives them notice, it is also said that these YouTubers call one another and confess that we should not have done this videos against Dharmastala, since it turns out to be a lie, entire lie. And this Chinaya has confessed that whatever he has said is a lie, and Sujata Bhatt has already confessed that there is no character called Ananya Bhatt. She does not have any daughter called Ananya Bhatt at all. And now it is said that this Samir and Abhishek, 2 YouTubers who had made videos, were feeling guilty of making those videos. Once again, all this information are yet to be confirmed and yet to be investigated by the SIT. SIT has today intensified, and it may also take these people to Bagleguda area once again for the Mahajar of the place. Back to studio.
Srilakshmi, stay on with us as we have more breaking news coming in over the same story. There are details coming in of the skull gang. It was the skull was rather given to the masked man by 2 other conspirators. It was reportedly brought to Delhi. 3 of the conspirators took a flight to Delhi. 1 took the train to carry the skull and avoid the detection. They had kept it in a lodge for 4 days. An investigation on to find out more details is continuing regarding the same. The Skull Gang's Delhi tour is under scrutiny now, as they had gone ahead and carried out the entire course of action from Delhi to the particular area. Srilakshmi continues to be with us. Srilakshmi, we also understand there are details coming in as far as the skull is concerned. It was given to Chinaya by 2 other conspirators and reportedly brought to Delhi, with 3 of the conspirators taking flight to Delhi, 1 taking a train to carry the skull. Help us understand what exactly transpired.
Yes, Chinaya has, it is said that Chinaya confessed that the skull was taken to Delhi, and Jayant had also said in my own interview to Republic Kannada that he had been to Delhi along with this group, and there was a skull with them. And now the big question is, who called them for Delhi? Who is there behind this team in Delhi? Who can operate from Delhi? Who is the person? Who is an influential? It said that he is an influential person. Who is that influential person? Jayant in my interview told that they went to Delhi to meet a lawyer, to meet a Supreme Court lawyer who suggested them to come to Delhi. And KV Dhananjay's name was out there in the news regarding this case also. Now, will SIT interrogate a Supreme Court lawyer, KV Dhananjay, as well, is the big question at this point of time. And now, why did they go to Delhi? Jayant told us that to file, to present that skull to Supreme Court, they went to Delhi. But is that the legal way to, fight for justice? Now he could have given it to any police station here in South Kendra district itself. Now, what is the bigger plan which was hatched out in Delhi, and who else are there? Is there any other influential people? Is there any politician behind that? Is a big question. Will SIT interrogate that angle as well? Is a big question. today this Delhi angle will also be interrogated, since all these 4 people who are said to have gone to Delhi have also been called for the investigation here in Beltangadi by the SIT. So many more facts are yet to come out. Back to studio.
Absolutely. Sri Lakshmi, stay on with us as we get in more breaking developments. Well, viewers, Sri Ravi Shankar has also responded on the Dharmastala row. He says that Dharmastala is a place of worship and the stigma will be erased soon. Let's quickly listen in to this soundbite.
ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ. ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ.
Some more breaking developments, viewers, in the Dharmastala case. Amid the ongoing SIT probe into the unnatural deaths at Dharmastala, several women organizations have written to Congress leader Sonia Gandhi under the banner "Who Killed Women in Dharmastala?" The letter recalls that in July 2025, the State Women's Commission had already urged the Chief Minister to form an SIT over reports of unnatural deaths and sexual assaults in Dharmastala. Activists and local media have repeatedly highlighted historic cases, including the 2012 Sojanya case, 1986 Padma Lata case and 1979 Vidavalli case. Sri Lakshmi is still with me. Sri Lakshmi, what exactly do we understand from the fact that a letter which was written by a women organization to Sonia Gandhi under the banner "Who Killed Women in Dharmastala," and it recalls several other cases as well and urged the Chief Minister to form an SIT over the reports? What do we have on this?
Well, see, people of Dharmastala especially, they are asking that why these women organizations are writing this kind of letters, asking that who killed women in Dharmastala. There are only 3 cases since 1979. Dharmastala is a tourism place where lakhs and lakhs of people keep coming every day. Every day you get lakhs and lakhs of people who visit Dharmastala. And there are 3 deaths of 3 women which have happened in that place. Since 79, these cases are being investigated by police, by other agencies as well. And this Saujanya case of 2012 has already been investigated by CBI as well, and court already has given a verdict in this case also. And Padmalata case was also, a B report has been submitted in Padmalata case, and many more legal proceedings have already happened in all these 3 cases. And again, regarding this skull case, mass burial case also, Karnataka State Women Commission has already insisted Siddharamaiah so that he had formed an SIT to probe the whole entire case. And SIT is conducting the whole investigation in a very, very efficient manner, and the whole state is appreciating that. Amidst of all these developments, this women's organization writes a letter to Sonia Gandhi asking that who killed women in Dharmasthala. Now the big question is, who is Mrs. Sonia Gandhi to answer all these questions, because there is a law in this country to investigate these cases. Now people of Dharmasthala are asking that why these women organizations are writing this letter, mentioning the very same cases which have been already being mentioned by these leftist organizations since 3 decades. And Saujanya, activism is going on since 2012. Now court has already given verdict. Now the big question is there any politics, is there any ideological fight behind, writing such kind of a letter to Sonia Gandhi. If someone wants justice, then he can go to Supreme Court or can write even to the President of India. She herself being a woman, one can write to President of India. But why to Sonia Gandhi is the big question at this point of time. Back to studio.
That's right. Sri Lakshmi, appreciate you joining us and giving us all those details on this very, very important case that we are leading on the network. And we will be getting in more updates as and when they come in regarding this very important case of the Dharmastala hoax. And viewers, coming up next, we will be getting you more details after the short break as Republic gets the inside details of Mehul Choksi's extradition. Extradition hearing will be in the second week of September. And also updates coming in as far as the NIA carrying out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in terror conspiracy case. More details on the other side, viewers. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने सब कुछ मजेदार बने
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला। सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
Here are the top headlines that we're tracking at 10:30 a.m. this Monday morning. Republic gets inside details of Mehul Choksi's extradition. Extradition hearing will be held in the second week of September. And Prime Minister Modi to address day 2 of the NDA MP workshop session. Masked men, YouTubers and anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with evidence. Sri Ravi Shankar speaks to Republic Canada on Dharmastala hoax, says the stigma will be erased. And the NIA has carried out searches in 22 locations across 5 states and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in the terror conspiracy case. And there's an encounter that is underway in Kulgam's Gada forest. Unidentified terrorist has been killed in the encounter. And we start this edition with the top focus story here. Congress MP Tariq Anwar has got into a piggy bank ride in Bihar's Katihar during a flood inspection drive. The villagers can be seen wading through a waterlogged field while carrying Congress MP Anwar on their backs, who was there to inspect a flood-hit area. Now, the Congress MP piggybacks on the people to avoid slush during flood survey. Congress has now come out in support of its minister and is defending by saying that Mr. Anwar was unwell. While the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi is on a vacation, the Congress MP is piggybanking on the poor. And that's the latest visual, ladies and gentlemen, of the Congress MP. His name is Tariq Anwar. What's created furor here, ladies and gentlemen, is that Bihar is battling under floods. And amidst all of this, when Congress MP wanted to do a Photoshop, he did visit Bihar. His name is Tariq Anwar. But instead of walking through the flood, instead of going through what the villagers have gone through, what he has done is he's gone on a piggyback behind a villager, on the back of a villager, and he's smiling his way through. In no circumstances does this Congress leader look unwell. But that's the excuse, that's the defense that Congress has given, saying that because Tariq Anwar was unwell, so he was carried piggy bank on by the villagers, and that's why he was escorted to a safer location. Now, the BJP has been alleging that because this Congress leader, the Congress MP, wanted to avoid slush during floods, that's exactly when he told the villagers to piggy bank him. All right, Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast on that note. Prakash, this is a huge political controversy that's now broken out between the BJP and the Congress. Congress, who claims that they are eyeing a term in Bihar, but on one hand, there's this video of the Congress MP which has now gone viral.
Well, it looks a very sad picture, although Tariq Anwar, who is very old and one of the oldest Congress member here in Bihar, is 80 plus. And he's not keeping well. Last year he was on ventilator as well. So he's a Lok Sabha MP from Katihar. So the plea given was that he's not keeping well. So that is why he had to he had to ride on the shoulders of some of the villagers there to oversee the flood situation in Katihar, because time and again every year Katihar is flooded. It's a flood-prone area. In order to oversee what action is being taken on the ground, he had to piggyback on the rural folks. So it looks like a sad picture, yes, definitely. But they say, the congressmen say that he's not well. Despite that, he had gone to oversee the flood situation. Meanwhile, the BJP is attacking on the Congress party as to what kind of politicians they are, that they are using poor villagers as animals, and they're riding on their back and trying to oversee the flood situation. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, absolutely. In fact, that defense of the Congress party, where they say that the Congress leader was unwell and that's why he piggy-banked on the villager. But in the video, it can be clearly seen how Tariq Anwar is enjoying the piggy-bank ride. He's sailing his way through. And all of this at a time when Bihar has been reeling under floods.
I don't know if he's enjoying or not, but yes, I know for sure that he's an 80-year-old man and he's not well. That's what the plea is given. So if an 80-year-old man says that he's not well, and last year he was on ventilator as well, I know that for sure, that he survived. He was in a precarious situation last year, admitted in a hospital. He was on ventilator, somehow survived. So it's very difficult to comment on him. And BJP is definitely attacking the Congress party for sure. Yes, he's an old man with several medical ailments. He's the MP of Lok Sabha. And yes, the party should definitely think on considering whether older MPs should be allowed or not to contest, like the parameter set by the BJP of 75 years when Murli Manohar Joshi and LK Advani were ousted from contesting elections. They were all stalwarts. Murli Manohar Joshi and LK Advani. Will BJP also follow the suit, like in the case of Tariq Anwar. They say that he's an old man and he survived his life. Last time was on ventilator. It's difficult to comment, but the Congress party says that he's not keeping well, but he's trying to oversee the flood situation.
Right, Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details. In fact, let's also now listen in to what the BJP has to say on the matter.
एंटाइटल्ड मानसिकता, इनकी राजशाही सोच, नवाबवादी सोच, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के सांसद तारिक अनवर दौरा कर रहे हैं बाढ़ग्रस्त इलाकों का, वहां पर भी इनको वीवीआईपी प्रोटोकॉल और वीवीआईपी फैसिलिटी चाहिए। मतलब जो जनता जिसकी समस्या देखने और सुनने वो गए हैं, उन्हीं के कंधे पर चढ़कर वो दौरा कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी तो वैसे वेकेशन मनाने चले गए, उनको तो पंजाब, हिमाचल, किसी भी प्रदेश की चिंता नहीं है। और जो कांग्रेस के नेता है वो कंधे पे बैठे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता है जो कांग्रेस बोलती है कि वो छुप गए हैं। तो देखिए, एक वेकेशन मोड पर है राहुल गांधी, दूसरे लग्जरी और राजशाही मोड पर है तारिक अनवर, तीसरे हाइडिंग मोड पर है आम आदमी पार्टी, केवल वर्क मोड में है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जिसके नेता लगातार ग्राउंड पर है, जिसकी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की टीम और एजेंसी लगातार काम कर रही है, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी बाढ़ग्रस्त इलाकों का दौरा करने वाले हैं। तो ये होता है वर्क मोड और राजशाही मोड, वर्क मोड और वेकेशन मोड।
All right, Rajiv Ranjan from the JDU is now joining us on the phone line. Rajiv जी, क्या कहना है आपका इस वीडियो के बारे में?
देखिए, ये बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और शर्मनाक है। दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र में जनता किसके लिए क्या मायने रखती है, ये कांग्रेस ने कई बार बताया है, लेकिन ताजा बानगी हैरानी पैदा करती है। ये सामंती मानसिकता है। अब ये लोगों के कंधे पर सवार होकर के जाएंगे, इससे दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण क्या होगा। और मुझे लगता है ऐसी घटनाओं की जितनी भी निंदा की जाए, ये बेहद आवश्यक है कि ऐसे राजनेता जो उनकी भावनाओं का जरा भी ख्याल नहीं रखते हैं, और आज भी उनको एक तरह से हम कह सकते हैं कि वो स्लेव्स की तरह, दास की प्रवृत्ति उनकी बनी हुई है। इसलिए जनता का दायरा जवाब देगी और बिहार के जनता से बिल्कुल साफ हो जाएगा कि ऐसे लोगों के लिए लोकतंत्र में कोई जगह नहीं है।
बिल्कुल राजीव रंजन जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू सम अदर स्टोरीज दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग ऑन दिस एडिशन, इंडिया हैज assured that Mehul Choksi will not be kept in solitary confinement in barrack number 12, which will not be overcrowded. His cell will be monitored 24/7, and these are the inside details of his extradition. His extradition hearing will be held in the second week of September on India's request. Belgian authorities have arrested Mehul Choksi, remember, in April, and since then he is lodged in Antwerp prison. Recently, Choksi's bail application was also rejected on grounds of flight risk. On that note, I'm also been joined by my colleague Akhil, who's getting us these inside details. Akhil, the second week of September is when Mehul Choksi's hearing will begin. Tavo Rana has been extradited. Choksi's hearing is to begin, and Sanjay Bhandari is next. Seems like India is tightening the noose on the fugitives.
That's right, Tanisha. If you see earlier what we have been seeing, that the Indian government has assured the Belgian government that the fugitive jailer Mehul Choksi, who is accused in 25,000 crore Punjab National Bank fraud, will be brought back. So when he will be brought back, that's a big question. So it's very likely that very soon he will be brought back to India, and the conditions which will be provided by the Indian government, the NHA has declared a letter in which it has mentioned that he will be placed. He will be lodged in barrack number 12 of Arthur Road Jail. So right now the extradition process are underway at the chambers of indictment in Antwerp. And if you see earlier what we have, that the Mehul Choksi was arrested on April 12th by Antwerp police. And after that, what we have been seeing that since then the process of taking him back to India is still going on. And it's very likely that very soon he'll be extradited back to India.
Right, Akhil, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving across to some more stories that we are tracking. The Aam Aadmi Party leader, Saurabh Bhardwaj, has slammed Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta for allegedly letting her husband sit inside an official meeting. The Aam Aadmi Party leader, Saurabh Bhardwaj, has shared images of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta accompanied by her husband presiding over a review meeting with officials on development projects in Shalimar Bagh Assembly constituency. He pointed out that Rekha Gupta had allowed her husband to sit in the official meeting, drawing a parallel with the Hindi series and made on the comment on the Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Big AAP versus BJP fight there erupting over the alleged entry of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta in the official meeting of the Delhi cabinet. We also have a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj. Let's listen to that.
तेरा की पंचायत के अंदर प्रधान जो थी वो नाम के लिए थी और उनके जो पति थे वही प्रधान का सारा काम करते थे। रेखा गुप्ता जी ने संविधान की शपथ ली है, गोपनीयता की शपथ ली है, तो कोई देश का कानून उनको इजाजत नहीं देता कि वो अपनी सरकारी मीटिंगों में अपने साथ अपने पति को बिठा के रखे। ये नहीं हो सकता। और हमने देखा कि कई सारे वीडियोस जिसके अंदर उनके पति जो हैं वो इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं, उनके पति जो है अफसरों को जो है डायरेक्शंस दे रहे हैं, उनके पति मीटिंगें ले रहे हैं। एक बिजनेसमैन, जो कि उनके पति एक बिजनेसमैन है, वो राजनेता नहीं है, एक बिजनेसमैन कैसे सरकार चला सकता है या सरकार चलाने के अंदर हिस्सेदारी कर सकता है? ये पूरी तरीके से अनैतिक है, गैर कानूनी है, गैर संवैधानिक है।
All right, so this is Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj raising serious questions of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's husband being present inside an official meeting. All right, moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in. The National Investigation Agency is carrying out searches in 20 locations across 5 states and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in a terror conspiracy case is what the officials say. 20 locations are being raided, 5 others being raided in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this is in the terror conspiracy case. Searches have also been carried out in Baramulla, Kulgam and Pulwama as well, and this is in regard with the terror conspiracy case. The news on the terror conspirators is now tightening up. Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, we learned that there are nearly 20 locations in which raids are being carried out by the NIA. What is this terror conspiracy case in which the NIA is carrying out these raids?
See, as far as the rates of NIA are concerned, they are the rates in relation to the terror funding in Jammu and Kashmir. Although the 22 locations are being raided by the NIA in the country, in which the 9 comes from the Jammu and Kashmir. In Kashmir, we see the raids in Pulwama, Kulgam, as well as in Baramulla. This is a fire was registered in a Chennai branch of NIA. This is a general FIR which is in relation to deal with the separatism, terror funding and providing the logistic support to the terror network. So 9 locations have been raided in J&K. We have been picking that the Aadhaar card, some bank documents and also the digital evidences have been recovered in these raids. Some people were also...
All right, we have breaking visuals coming in from Mandya in Karnataka, where there are massive protests that are being held. The BJP and the Hindu groups have initiated a protest march in Mandya over the last night's stone pelting incident. Tension has gripped Madur town in Mandya district on Sunday night after stone pelting incident between 2 groups of different faiths during Ganesha idol immersion procession took place. The procession, which was started from Siddhartha Nagar 5th Cross, was being taken out under tight police security. However, things took a violent turn when the procession had passed allegedly near a mosque. And this was around 8 p.m, after which a few miscreants pelted stones, prompting retaliation from the other group. All right, our colleague Abhishek is joining us live from Republic Canada from Madur in Karnataka. What's the situation on ground like? Abhishek, please share more details.
Tanisha, with respect to the incident which happened the previous night, the Hindu Karyakartas or the activists of Hindu had decided that they will conduct a protest march against the people who had pelted stones on the Ganesha procession. At this point of time, my team is located right in front of the Jamia Masjid complex in the Madur town. It is very clear that thousands of Hindu activists have assembled at Jamia Masjid Road along with the idol of Ganesha, and also not to forget the DJ music which mentions the Jai Shri Ram and Jai Hanuman chants. On the other hand, we've also seen that people are carrying Bhagavad Dwaj in their hands. Thousands of people along with thousands of Bhagavad Dwaj are being carried out in the streets of Maduru to show that the Hindus have united against the people who tried to create disharmony the previous night. On the other hand, we've also witnessed that the police have started lathi charging against Hindu activists because they had to clear the situation and take the situation under control. We have witnessed SPs of two districts, Mysore and Mandya, who are taking the leadership of taking this procession on a peaceful note. On the other hand, we've also seen thousands of police who have been brought to the streets of Maduru. Thousands of police belonging to the law and order, the DAR, have been taken into consideration as of now. And we have also seen that the entire area surrounded by Ram Rahim Nagar and Siddhartha Nagar are following the prohibitory orders, and none of the people are allowed to move into the exact location where the stone pelting happened yesterday. On the other hand, the latest update is some of the Hindu Karyakartas as well tried to pelt stones on the Jamia Masjid, and this is when the police had to start their lathi charge. So at this point of time, things have gotten back into the control, and we will have to see how this procession continues in the next couple of minutes. Tanisha.
Absolutely. Abhishek, also take us through what exactly happened yesterday. Remember, viewers, just to take you back through how important yesterday's days was. Yesterday is exactly when Ganesh Visarjan was being carried out in several parts of the country, Maharashtra to Karnataka. And at that moment in Mandya, what happened is when the procession was being carried out, stones were pelted on the Ganesh idol. And Abhishek is here with us to share more details. Abhishek, what exactly happened? What triggered the protest yesterday? What triggered the stone pelting?
Tanisha, in Mandya's Maduru, it was very clear that according to the beliefs, Pitru Paksha starts from today, and that is why all the Ganesha immersion were supposed to be done yesterday according to the beliefs, and the same had also happened in Maduru as well. People who live in Ram Rahim Nagar, a Tamil association, had installed Ganesha for over 3 days, and they were planning to continue with the procession and the immersion of Lord Ganesh, after which around in between 7 and 7:15, the procession just crossed the masjid which was located in Ram Rahim Nagar, after which the power was cut immediately. This is also mentioned that the Muslims or the people from other faith tried to disconnect the power so that it would be easier for them to pelt the stones on the Lord's idol. On the other hand, the Ganesh idol was located exactly between one of the garages and the masjid where the stone were pelled from both the directions, after which a fight broke out between the followers of Hinduism and the followers of Islam, after which the police had to take the situation under control by involving more policemen. It is also mentioned that 21 people who were involved in this communal fight have been taken into custody. They are also verifying if there are any juvenile cases in this. Around 8 people had been injured during the stone pelting, is what we have been informed as of now. And there is also a search which is on to take into custody much more people who were involved in the pelting of stones. This point of time, Section 144 continues at this hour, and if at all situation doesn't come under control, the prohibition orders will continue for the next day as well, is what we have been informed by the SP Mallikarjuna Baladandi as of now. So we will have to see, since the procession is going towards the immersion, we will have to see if there will be any riots which will continue once again, which will emerge once again, or will this continue with a peaceful march? Tanisha.
Right, absolutely. And Abhishek, what is the situation on ground right now? We learned that yesterday there was a protest that was held already. After the stone pelting, we learned that BJP and the Hindu groups are staging a protest today. The Lathi charge visual are on our screens right now, Abhishek. What is it that the BJP and the Hindu groups have been demanding?
BJP and the Hindu groups wanted to protest against the miscreants who pelted stones against the Lord Ganesh Murthy and people who wanted to create a disharmony in the society. At this point of time, the Hindu Karyakartas and the supporters of Lord Ganesh or all the Hindu people located in this locality are demanding that all the people who are involved in this incident or the issue to be taken into custody immediately, and they are demanding a legal inquiry and a punishment in the legal jurisdiction against the miscreants. And on the other hand, we are also witnessing a Ganesha procession at least 10 times bigger than the previous nights, because the people in this locality wanted to show that all the Hindus have united towards the unity of Ganesha, towards the belief of Ganesha, to which the Muslims tried to create a disharmony, and they also have tried to show that they are outnumbering the Muslims in the next couple of minutes, and they will also make sure that if at all Muslims doesn't want to listen, or if at all Muslims don't want to respect the beliefs of Hindus, they will go to any extent legally to make sure that the people of other faith are removed from the locality itself, Tanisha.
Absolutely, Abhishek. And we learned that this is not just a sole incident that's come to fore from Mandya. We learned that there have been other places in Karnataka as well where a situation like this, similar to Mandya, had come to the fore. What are those places, Abhishek?
Anisha, we've also very clearly seen the state BJP President B.Y. Vijayendra put on his social media stating that 4 such incidents have been emerging in and around Karnataka, one being in Shimoga, in various other parts of the state as well. We have seen a student or a youth belonging to different community or a different faith spitting on Lord Ganesha in one such incident. And also in another incident, we have seen people who were being attacked while they were dancing in front of the idol. This is one of the other incidents which has happened in Maduru. So these issues have been continuing in Karnataka since the inception of Congress government, is what B.Y. Vijayendra, state president of BJP, has mentioned on the social media, and also has condemned the Home Department as to saying that they are completely on the worst note and they are unable to manage the harmony within the society, and this point will be considered in the next coming days. Also at this point of time, we shouldn't forget, Tanisha, that things are getting under control as of now because of the police who have been deployed here. We will also have to see how this issues continue with the political mileage, or how will the Congress and the BJP consider this issue throughout the state. Tanisha.
Absolutely. Abhishek, request you to stay with me, because let's just tell our viewers who've just tuned in to what's happened in the last 24 hours. Karnataka's Mandya district witnessed fresh communal clashes during Ganesh Visurgence celebrations yesterday. This has left several people injured after violent stone pelting had erupted in the Ram Rahim locality. Nearly 8 people have been killed in the violence. Police had imposed prohibitory orders under Section 163 to bring the situation under control. And now, according to reports, we learned that there were miscreants who targeted the Ganesh immersion procession with stones, triggering tension and sporadic violence. There was additional police forces that were immediately deployed in the area to prevent escalation. And remember, this is not the first incident of unrest in Mandya during festive processions. Last year on September 11, 2024, similar violence broke out during Namalanganam during the Ganesh Visurgence, where shops and vehicles were set ablaze and more than 50 people were arrested. I am also being joined by Ashok Gowda, BJP spokesperson on that note. Ashok Gowda, what do you think? Time and again, same year, different year, same story, violence and procession, targeting of Hindu procession by the other community. What do you have to say on that?
See, when the Congress government is in the ruling, And when they openly say that this government is for you and this government is by you and we will do all works only for you, if that kind of a statement is made by the Chief Minister, Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, then definitely one community which is already very aggressive in different parts of the world will definitely get aggressive even in Karnataka also. And in spite of last year's incident, no measures are being taken to curb this kind of a mindset which exists in Karnataka. And remember this, there is a 2016 PFI people, 1,600 people were let free, more than 175 cases were withdrawn, and this is why all this is happening. And more than that, we have seen that DJ KJ writers have also been let free, and 60 cases have been withdrawn on the criminals in Karnataka, which is also the main reason that this Gundaism, this Ulgaism exists in Karnataka, and they want to encourage it. Congress has this kind of a mindset. Very unfortunate.
Right, sir. Remains to be seen on what action is taken against the perpetrators of this violence. With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you more details from Ground Zero on what's exactly happening in Mandya after the Ganesh procession was targeted yesterday.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charge because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller charge. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charge because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller charge. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. We are tracking that encounter in Kulgam very, very closely. We're now learning that one Lashkar terrorist has been identified. We will have our colleague Zeenath get us all the latest developments and a lot more that's coming up for you. But first, the headlines at 11 a.m. Republic gets inside details of Mehul Choksi's extradition. Extradition hearing will be in the second week of September. Controversy erupts after Congress MP Tariq Anwar gets a piggyback ride in Bihar during flood inspection drive. Party defense saying MP was unwell. Masked man, YouTubers, anti-temple activists in Dharmastala case to be called in and questioned together will be confronted with evidence. Stone pelting reported during Ganesh idol immersion in Mandya. Hindu groups stage protest. Big development in Balrampur conversion case. ATS files charge sheet against Changur Baba and son. Big encounter underway in Kulgam's Guddar forest. Lashkar terrorists neutralized. Our viewers, we start this bulletin with big breaking news coming in. Back-to-back incidents of stone pelting has been reported in Karnataka's Mandya district, where the BJP and Hindu groups have now started staging a protest march in Mandya over last night's stone pelting incident. Now, just to give you a little more context, tensions gripped Mandya district on Sunday night after a stone pelting incident was reported between two groups of different faiths during the Ganesh idol immersion procession. The procession, which started from Siddharthnagar 5th Cross, was being taken out under tight police security. However, things took a turn for the worse when the procession passed by a mosque near the Ram Rahim Nagar around 8 p.m. and a few miscreants pelted stones, prompting retaliation from other groups. Those are the visuals on your screen that we are getting live from Mandya. As you can see, that security has been heightened, and there's a lot of tension that has gripped the region after yesterday's incident. Those are the two visuals on your screen. On the left of your screen are the visuals from last night when the stone pelting incident was reported, a kind of communal clash that erupted between two sets of groups. And on the right of your screen are the visuals from this morning, earlier today, where we're capturing the aftermath of the stone pelting incident. As you can see, there's heavy security. There's a lot of showdown that is happening in Mandya district. The BJP and several Hindu groups are now staging protests against the stone pelting incident. And viewers, we're also learning that the police have now started dispersing the crowd. They've resorted to lathi charging after there were continued clashes and chaos that started to unfold in Mandya district, and the police is now taking measures to contain the crowd to ensure that the security measures and law and order is in place. And those are the visuals on your screen from Mandya. Now, viewers, there's several visuals that we are tracking, and we're also learning that the clash has left at least 8 people injured, and the situation was brought under control by the police, who have now rushed additional reinforcements to the area. And authorities have urged residents to maintain peace and cooperation to restore normalcy. And shortly after yesterday, another incident of stone pelting was reported this morning. So as you can see, back-to-back incidents targeting a Ganesha procession in the Mandya district of Karnataka. The police has now
beefed up security to try and control the situation. We are yet to learn about whether any arrests were made, but we're learning that at least 8 people have been injured during the clashes. We're tracking the visuals very closely on your screens. You have the visuals from yesterday, that is last evening, when the first round of stone pelting was reported, and from today, earlier this morning. And let's bring you more information. The procession had begun from Siddharth Nagar 5th Cross in Maddur town under tight police security. And we're learning when the procession crossed a mosque near Ram Rahim Nagar at 8 p.m. a few miscreants alleged pelted stones at the procession. Let's go across to my colleague Abhishek for more information on this. He's joining me live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, take us through the sequence of events. What exactly happened? And are we learning of any arrests that have been made so far?
Tanisha, it was around 7 to 7:15 yesterday night when the procession from Ram Rahim Nagar, which carried Lord Ganesh, was traveling and was encircling the area in various other streets of Ram Rahim Nagar and Siddhartha Nagar. When they were crossing by one of the masjids located in Ram Rahim Nagar, just as soon as Lord Ganesh crossed the masjid which was present in Ram Rahim Nagar, the power was cut by some of the miscreants and the Ganesh idol had to be stopped due to the power cut for a couple of seconds, and that is when the stone pelting had started from one of the garages which was on the one of the sides of Lord Ganesh, and on the other side some of the stones were felled from the masjid as well, is what we have been informed now. On the other hand, when the people who were around Lord Ganesh at that point of time, and also they were also facing the stone pelting, they answered in return by pelting some of the stones on the mosque as well. At this point of time, there were only home guards and women police constables is what we have been informed. On the other hand, 8 people have been injured in this incident. They have been taken into the hospital. 21 people who were involved in the pelting of stones have been taken into custody, and there is also a search which has been called on for the people who are on the absconding as of now. The SP of Mandya, Mallikarjuna Paladandi, visited the location at around 8 in the morning. He also mentioned there is the prohibitory order which has been taken into consideration as of now, and people are not allowed to move on to the roads without any practical or important reason is what he has informed. On the other hand, the people belonging to Hindu activists or the Hindu activists who were present yesterday have demanded all these people from different faith to be taken into custody immediately, and they have to be put behind the bars is their demand primarily. On the other hand, we've also witnessed that there is a Ganesha procession which is happening in the main roads of Maduru to show that the people, of the different faiths that when Hindus unite, nothing can be overtaken, and none of the other faiths can challenge the Hindus is what the slogans which have been considered and being shouted by the Hindu activists who are present in front of Jamia Masjid now. On the other hand, we've also seen thousands of police belonging to law and order and DAR who have been deputed to make sure that the situation is under control until the immersion of the idol is done. Tanisha.
Yeah. Abhishek, stay on with me. Give us more information. You're now telling us that prohibitory orders are in place. But I want to ask you, there are 2 incidents of stone pelting that has been reported. So how is it that the police failed to contain the crowd after the first incident was reported last night? We're now seeing that they're trying to disperse of the crowd. But the question really is, why was there no law and order and security measure in place after the incident was reported last night itself?
Well, Tanisha, soon after the previous night's incident, police had been deployed in hundreds of numbers and they had taken situation under control. However, today morning, the Hindu activists decided that they start with a new procession with a new idol in front of various other main masjids located in Maduru to show that the Hindus have united. They also have carried the Bhagavad Dwaj and they also have started playing the music in the DJ which depicts Lord Hanuman, Lord Sri Ram. On the other hand, we've also seen some of the Hindu Karyakartas who tried to pell stones on the masjid, and this has been video recorded as of now by the police, and they've also lathi charged against the people who tried to assemble in front of the masjid, probably to create disharmony. And also, we shouldn't forget the fact that the disharmony which was created yesterday have considerably been taken into consideration as of now. And also, we are seeing that the situation is slightly getting back to the control. If at all situations go out of control, the police have decided that the prohibitory orders will continue for the next day as well. However, the Hindu Karyakartas who are in the procession, who are involved in the procession with the Ganesh idol, wanted to immerse the Ganesh idol in the next couple of hours, and also they want to show that their power and that unity among Hindus in the next couple of hours to the people of other faiths, so that the people from other faiths...
Abhishek, stay on with me. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but we have to get our viewers to some fresh visuals of the stone pelting from Mandya that Republic TV and Republic Kannada has accessed. And let's get our viewers those visuals. These are the latest visuals that are coming in from Mandya. You can see a sea of people over there. You can see Hindu groups and BJP workers staging protests in front of the mosque in Mandya. They've raised their saffron flags, and this comes shortly after back-to-back incidents of stone pelting was reported during a Ganesh idol procession last evening. My colleague Abhishek continues to stay on with me. Abhishek, we're getting in fresh visuals. Tell us, has any FIR been filed in the case yet?
With respect to yesterday's incident, Tanisha, 2 FIRs have been filed, one by the police themselves, so they have considered the suo motu case, and the other one has been registered by the person who was hurt in this incident. 2 FIRs have been registered. 21 people have been taken into the custody. They have been arrested. There is a search which is going on based on the CCTV visuals and based on the statements made by the people who were present during the incident. There is a search called on for the people who are missing, and also it is said that people who came in from various other districts are the main reason of the stone pelting which happened yesterday. And with respect to the issue, and also with respect to the protection, this place especially hadn't seen any such communal issue in the last couple of decades, and this is why the police didn't have actual deployment of huge numbers, is what the SP has very clearly mentioned. So, this point of time, when the situation grew out of control, police have made sure that at least thousands of policemen have been deployed as of now to take situation under control and to make sure that things don't go out of hand as of now. And also, they are ready with the lathis and various other machineries as well to take into control the situation if at all it gets out of hand, Tanisha.
Yep. Abhishek, any responses that you're picking up from the state government? How does the Siddaramaiah government plan to address this issue?
Well, when questioned, the Home Minister, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, has mentioned that it might not have been such a big issue, and he also mentions to the media that the senior officials from the police department have visited the location, and you will also get a complete report on this, and also he will try to maintain the harmony between various other communities. This is the statement which has been made by Home Minister G. Parmeshwara, and we are awaiting the statements of CM and DCM as of now with respect to the disharmony which was created the previous night, Tanisha.
All right. All right, Abhishek continues to stay with me as we stay with those pictures. Viewers, you can see on the left of your screens, Ganesh Visarjan being targeted, after which clashes have now erupted in Mandya, and BJP and Hindu groups are now staging a protest. Abhishek, give us more information about these FIRs that have been filed. What are the allegations and charges that have been mentioned? And the people who have been called in for questioning after these clashes erupted, what sort of interrogation are we expecting? Are we looking at a conspiracy? Are we looking at a deliberate conspiracy that has been plotted to specifically target a Hindu procession in Mandya?
Well, with respect to the people's allegations, they clearly mention, especially the ladies who live in Ram Rahim Nagar, has mentioned that in the last couple of decades, there was no such incident, and also even during the procession of Eid Milad, the Muslim people try to dance in front of Lord Ganesh, and that is when they also try to intimidate.
Abhishek, sorry to cut you there in between. We have Karnataka BJP leader S. Prakash joining me on the phone line. So thank you for connecting with us. Your first response on what's unfolding in Mandya.
No, it's very unfortunate. The policy of the Congress government is making one particular community to be more offensive towards the majority community. The Eid Milad procession goes off peacefully in the state. No disturbances, no stone pelting. Such incidents do not take place. While the Ganesh Visarjan processions are being attacked, stones are pelted, and deliberately certain youths dance before the Ganesh idol. Such incidents can only happen when the favorable government policies are there. The vote bank politics is disturbing the communal harmony in the state. Congress party, for their power's sake, they should not indulge in such cheap tactics. They should handle the law and order situation with a firm hand.
All right, Mr. Prakash, I'd like you to stay on with me as we stay with those pictures that are now coming in from Mandya. In fact, we have some more breaking news coming in, viewers. At least 21 people have now been arrested in the communal clashes that broke out in Mandya in the aftermath of stone pelting that was reported during a Ganesh idol immersion. It's a big breakthrough after back-to-back stone pelting was reported. We're learning from a reporter that 2 FIRs have been now registered in the case, and at least 21 people have been arrested for creating unrest in Mandya. Let's go back to Karnataka BJP leader S. Prakash, who continues to be with us. Sir, this is the first big development that we are getting in. Finally, the police has taken some action. But the question really is, after the first incident of stone pelting was reported last evening, how is it that the law and order continued to be in doldrums and a second round of stone pelting was reported this morning, sir?
No, that is only because the police fear taking action against such miscreants due to the government pressure. Until and unless free hand is given to the police, situation cannot improve. Why there was no disturbance during the Eid Milad procession? Why only during the Ganesha Visarjan procession? This clearly shows the party's Congress party government is loaded with one particular community, and they are indulging in such disturbances unnecessarily and creating rift between the two communities.
So what sort of action is the BJP mulling on this, and what sort of measures do you expect the Siddaramaiah government to take? As you can see, BJP and Hindu groups are out and about on the streets alleging that there was a deliberate attempt that was being made to target a Hindu procession.
No, at a place where majority are Hindus, it is not possible to take out a procession peacefully. Means it speaks a lot about the law and order situation in the state. The police should mercilessly handle these lumpen elements, book the cases in appropriate law, and ensure the majority is protected by these gundas.
All right, S. Prakash, thank you for joining us this morning and for giving us your perspective on the matter as we track this story very, very closely, viewers. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. It's a big development in the Changur Baba conversion racket case in Balrampur. The ATS has now filed a charge sheet against the self-styled godman and his son Mehboob. According to sources, Changur Baba has set a target to Islamicize the entire country by 2047. This is something that has now been mentioned in the statements given by 10 victims. We're learning that at least 29 witnesses have come forward and given their statements, and their names have been mentioned in the charge sheet that has been filed by the ATS, of which 10 of them are victims. These are the big development that we're tracking. Let's go across to my colleague Ajay Dubey joining me live from Lucknow for more on the story. Ajay, this is a big breakthrough in the conversion racket case. In fact, it was Republic TV that exposed Changur Baba's empire. Give us more details on what the ATS is really looking at as far as this charge sheet is concerned.
See, this investigation is very surprising, and from the very beginning, Republic followed this story. We went to Balrampur and did investigation in Lucknow also, where initially Changur was arrested, and after that, custody was taken by ATS, and now ED is also involved. In the charge sheet, police ATS specifically mentioned that his intention was to convert, and the Neeraj Bora, the partner of Changur, he was much involved in this activity, and initial days, he sold all his assets in Dubai, and after that he participated in activities of Changur. He received money from various foreign countries for the activity. More than thousands of individuals were involved with Changur in the conversion racket. So this is what initially we are getting from the charge sheet, and it is very much clearly mentioned that the motive was to target 2047, a year where they want to convert maximum numbers of individuals, and this is what he was doing. And his partners, Naveen Arora, he was much involved in his activities, and this is what is being mentioned by the ATS. And the relative of Changur is also mentioned in the charge sheet. And one more incident, the girl from Kushinagar, where she mentioned where she was going to take the bus, and at that point she was being kidnapped and were sexually used. So this is what is mentioned in the charge sheet also. So this is a big update in the Changur case.
Ajay, stay on with me and tell us how is the ATS really looking at this foreign funding angle? Because, when there was bulldozer action on Changur Baba's properties worth crores of rupees, there was this very, this angle that had come out, which Republic TV had investigated, that he was receiving funding, illicit funding from Middle Eastern nations and from a lot other countries to really run this conversion racket in Balrampur. So how is the ATS really looking at that, and what are the details that they have picked up as far as this Hawala trail is concerned?
See, ATS has marked the activities which is related with the money, and now ED is also investigating this issue. ED is investigating the money trail, the incoming and outgoing of the money. The way we got the information from the girls that there was a menu card for the conversion. If the girl is coming from a general caste, the money was different. From the OBC card, the money was different. From the SC caste, the money was different. So such activities were happening in specifically in Kushinagar and the border area of Uttar Pradesh, and the ED is investigating the money-related activity, and ATS mentioned much things about the activities of crime related to the Changur.
All right, Ajay, thank you for giving us those details on the case. We was quickly moving on to more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi is now set to address the NDA MPs in a workshop that is set to be conducted at 4 p.m. this evening. This comes just a day ahead of the vice presidential elections in the national capital, which is slated to take place tomorrow, that is Tuesday, on the 9th of September. The Prime Minister will now address all the NDA MPs, and the preparations are underway in full swing within the NDA bloc and the Indi bloc to train their MPs on the voting procedure. Let's go across to my colleague Harsha for more information on this. Harsha, give us the details of this workshop that is being conducted by the NDA MPs. What's on agenda?
So today there's a very important NDA meeting which is at 4 o'clock scheduled at the Bala Yogi Auditorium, the same auditorium where yesterday BJP's workshop was conducted, and today at 4 o'clock only, when there will be NDA meeting, at that time Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing to all the NDA MPs before the very important Vice President election which is slated to happen tomorrow. And today there are a series of meetings back to back because all the NDA parties, allies are here in national capital, be it JDU, Shiv Sena, NCP, Ajit Pawar party, or if we talk about the TDP, all the ally members of the BJP are here in national capital, and the series of meetings starting from 12:30 in the afternoon will begin at the residences of Shrikant Shinde, the Shiv Sena meeting at the TDP residence, Lau Krishna Devyalu, the floor leader residence. The TDP meeting will go on, and in each and every meeting there will be the training of mock voting as well. So we can say that before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address, all the new MPs will be trained how to do a mock voting, how tomorrow the voting will have to happen. They will be shown a ballot paper. They'll be shown that there are two boxes, preference 1, preference 2, and how there has to be marking in the one preference which one selects for the VP candidate. No block should be sent empty or the vote will be considered invalid. So right now we know about the process of the vice president election, but there are many new MPs and they will be participating first time in the VP election. And this is very important for all the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha member of parliament to understand the process of the ballot voting in this election. And that is the reason the mock voting will be conducted. And after that, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing all the NDA member of parliament, boosting them for tomorrow's VP election, and also sending out message towards the south as well, because if we compare the candidates as well, it's B. Sudarshan Reddy versus C.B. Radhakrishnan, it's Tamil Nadu versus Telangana. So a lot is being said.
Harsha,
and
stay
also
on with me.
spoken.
Harsha, I'm sorry to cut you there in between. We have some more breaking news coming in. BRS MPs have now are now set to abstain from voting in the vice presidential elections, and we're learning that they are going to vote neither for the NDA nor the Indi candidate. This is the big development that we're getting in. BRS is now set to abstain from voting in the vice presidential elections. Let's go back to Harsha. Harsha, the BRS has now abstained from voting. They're not going to participate on behalf of either of the candidates. What sort of strategy do you think is the NDA mulling ahead of the elections tomorrow?
See, right now, however, we spoke to so many NDA member of parliaments and so many the allies as well. Like just now we spoke to Naresh Maske, who is the Shiv Sena member of parliament. He directly stated that how it is very important the numbers, but NDA already has a number which is more than 50%, because for the vice president to win, the 50% numbers is required. And even if BRS abstains from the voting, it's not required. NDA doesn't need the BRS voting. However, it will be a huge setback for the Indi, because if they would have supported the Indi candidate Sudarshan Reddy, at least some numbers they would have gotten. But if we talk about the NDA, overall strength of the NDA is much more than the qualifying marks. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for giving us those very crucial details as we track that story closely. We're slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you more details of that encounter that is underway in Kulgam's Guddar forest. We're now learning that one Lashkar terrorist has been neutralized. Also tracking the controversy that has now erupted after Congress MP Tariq Anwar took a piggyback ride in Bihar during a flood inspection drive. The party has now defended, saying that the MP was unwell.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no with a little smaller jug. So it's 67%, so we're going to...
And welcome back, viewers. We are tracking the story from Kulgam very, very closely, where an encounter has now led to the neutralization of one Lashkar terrorist. And also in this bulletin, we'll get you the details of how the anti-temple plotters in the Dharmastala hoax case will now be questioned by the special investigation team. Joining me in the studios is my colleague Akansha with more details.
Absolutely. We have action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's start with the headlines first. Stone pelting in Mandya as Ganesh procession targeted. Stone pelting, 8 killed. A day after stone pelting on Ganesh procession, 2 communities indulged in stone pelting today in protest. Republic TV gets inside details of Mehul Choksi's extradition hearing. In fact, will take place in the second week of September. Unwell Congress MP gets piggyback ride from villagers during the flood inspection in the state of Bihar. Big update in Balrampur conversion case. ATS has filed the charge sheet against Changur Baba and his son. Encounter underway in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Lashkar terrorist has been neutralized. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning that one terrorist was neutralized while 2 army jawans were injured in an ongoing encounter that is underway and that is broken out between the terrorists and the security forces during the anti-terror operation in the forest area of Gudar in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam district. As per the reports, 2 terrorists were trapped in the forest area of Gudar in South Kashmir and the operation is currently underway. The body of the terrorist was found lying in the apple orchards. And in fact, we're learning that the terrorist has now been identified as Amir Nasir Dar of Shopia and he worked for Lashkar. And those are the pictures of the LET terrorist that you can see on the screen. He has been eliminated. His name is Amir Nasir Dar of Shopia. In fact, we're learning that one security personnel has also received injury during this encounter. Let me go across to my colleague Zinat, who's been tracking this story very closely. Zinat, tell us about the encounter. We're learning that one terrorist has been neutralized.
Yes, one terrorist who's been identified as Amir Nasir Dar. He comes from the Shopin and was operating in the Kulgam. He worked for the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a park-based terror outfit in the Jammu and Kashmir and has been active since 2023. And today he's been eliminated by the Indian Army along with Jammu and Kashmir police in the Gudar forest belt of Kulgam. We are seeing the AK-47 to have been recovered from the dead body that is lying in an apple orchard along with his weapon have been recovered by the joint security forces. This is an ongoing encounter where we also see the army had received the injury of 3 of its boys. Among them, one is JCO. All 3 have been evacuated to the medical facility for the treatment. All of them are being treated at present at the military hospital in Srinagar. The encounter continues, the operation continues. In fact, the search is also conducted in the upper belts to see the group of terrorists that were hiding in the Gudar forest. They should not escape. So we're seeing the reinforcement being rushed and also whether keeping the security forces on the toes. It is challenging and there is a little visibility. Despite that, the successful operation being carried by the joint forces where one LET terrorists being neutralized in the operation of Gudar Forest Belt in Kulgam, South Kashmir.
Absolutely. And remember, last month there was the longest ever, encounter that took place in Kulgam. But as far as this particular Kulgam encounter is concerned, what really led to this? What is the background of the Lashkar terrorist that has been killed?
See, as I said, that the Lashkar terrorist has been active since August 2023. So almost he has spent 2 long years with the LET outfit. He's been operating in the Kulgam. This is the South Kashmir where he's been operating, and South Kashmir's Kulgam has a connectivity with the Shopin where from he actually hailed. Now that operation is on, and his body along with a weapon have been recovered from an apple orchard where he was neutralized by the joint forces. This is seen as a success for the forces, but how many more such local terrorists have joined the LET or still at the large? That is a bigger question. And was this terrorist planning for a bigger attack? The security forces got the intel about the movement of the terrorists, because now you see in the last couple of years we are seeing a new pattern that is emerging among the terror belt, is that they are taking their hides in the forest belt instead of coming to the hinterland, because once they touch the civilian belts, the information will come to the joint forces and accordingly the operations would get launched. But now they are taking their hides in the upper belts in the treacherous terrains to have their lifespan more. But again, they are getting the input about the movement of the terrorists. The joint forces get the information, and accordingly we have seen the multiple operations being launched this year, be it the operation of Avantipora, where again the LET terrorists were neutralized, and similarly we have seen in the forest of the Dachigam, Srinagar, the outskirts one, where again the terrorists were involved in Pahalgam attack were neutralized. Now again, if you see the last month in August, the 10-day operation was launched in Malvar forest belt in Kulgam, where terrorists managed to escape, and then Indian army had to conclude the operation after getting the casualty and injury of its boys. But again, the Kulgam wasn't the radar of the joint forces when the terrorists escaped last month, because the movement of terrorists had been seen from Rajouri, Poonch and coming to the Kulgam belt. This is a Mughal road patch where the connectivity is, and this connectivity is seen also an infiltration route that is being used by the Pak terrorists. Today, getting an information about the movement of the terrorists, the operation was launched, and in the operation as of now, the one terrorist of the LET have been neutralized.
Absolutely, Zinat. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now let's have a look at the top national stories of the day in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Supreme Court will hear several petitions today challenging the SIR special intensive revision of Bihar's electoral rolls. The revision process intended to clean up the voter list has sparked intense political debate ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. The death toll in Punjab due to devastating flood went up to 48, while the crops on 1.7 lakh hectares has been damaged. Relief and rescue operations are currently underway by NDRF, Army, BSF, Punjab Police and the district authorities. They are carrying out the relief on war footing. Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit Punjab tomorrow. And days after Prime Minister Narendra Modi and European Union leaders discussed an early conclusion of the India-EU FTA, two top negotiators of the EU are coming to India this week to hold talks on resolving the knotty issues. In fact, European Commissioner of Trade and Commissioner for Agriculture will be in the national capital this week to lead the negotiations. And now shifting our focus, a Pakistani intruder was arrested along with the international border in Pura sector of Jammu and Kashmir today as per the officials. And the intruder, his name is Siraj Khan from Sargodha in Punjab province of Pakistan, was noticed by the BSF troops manning the outpost at 9:20 p.m. on Sunday. Take a look for more details.
A major success coming for the border security force in the Araspura sector of Jammu, wherein they have apprehended a Pakistani intruder identified as Siraj Khan. Right now we are reporting from the border outpost Oktrai, from where this troops of the border security force, they apprehended the Pakistani national. He was from Sargodha. So now the security agencies are questioning, multiple intelligence agencies are carrying out a joint investigation, joint interrogation of this suspect that has been apprehended by the border security force. This was in this very area where he attempted to sneak in. He is a resident of Sargodha. Alertness of the troops that were deployed close to the border, their attempt was foiled, and now Siraj Khan has been apprehended. See, it is very crucial because the agencies are also looking into the angle that Sargodha was one of the locations that were hit by the Indian side during Operation Sindoor. So there lies a possibility that Pakistan might have radicalized this intruder who sneaked into the Indian territory to get some sensitive information.
And now shifting our focus to Maharashtra, as far as the Halal Township controversy is concerned, we're learning that a municipal corporation, big action against those who are trying to sell the houses to Muslim buyers. MBMC has issued notice to two builders of the Mira Road. Notice has been given to the owner and the architect of the Lina Group who advertised the Qibla-facing notice. In fact, has also been given to the owner and architect and also the builder as well. And it is written in the notice that the said advertisement violates Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India and also violates the fundamental rights and creates religious rift. In the case, no action should be taken which creates religious rift, and such advertisement should be stopped immediately. And in fact, it also goes on to say that the clarification in this matter should be submitted immediately. Further action will be taken as per the clarification received from the concerned person, the architect and the builder of this Halal Township. If clarification is not received from you, action will be taken to stop the permission given to the project by the municipal corporation. Now remember, this has come after an advertisement for the proposed township in Karjat went viral on social media. It is regarding the Halala Township, and in fact Hindus are barred from buying the property here. Only Muslims are allowed, and that had led to a massive controversy. We're learning that NHRC had also issued the notice to the builders, and now we're learning that a notice has been given by the municipal corporation as well, seeking their clarification and mentioning if no clarification is given as to why the township and the flats were only given to the Muslim community, then action will be taken against not just the builders but also the owners and the architects of the Halala Township. And now shifting our focus to Karnataka, more developments coming in the Dharmastala mass burial case. The SIT has summoned the YouTuber for questioning today, and we're learning that United Media's Abhishek and Manaf from Kerala are likely to appear for questioning. Abhishek, who has already faced 4 days of questioning, has again been directed to appear before the SIT. He's also been instructed to bring his camera and laptop for the inquiry. So now several other, in fact, YouTubers are also under the scanner as far as the Dharmastala mass burial case is concerned. The conspiracy angle is also under the scanner, and under lens are the YouTubers in this case. And we're learning that SIT has summoned YouTubers for questioning. United Media's Abhishek and Manaf from Kerala are likely to appear before the SIT team today. We're learning that Abhishek, who already has faced 4 days of questioning in this case, has again been asked to appear before the SIT. And most importantly, he's been asked to bring his camera and laptop along. And it appears that its SIT team will in fact sift through the details as far as his YouTube account and a laptop is concerned. And meanwhile, we're learning that Sri Ravi Shankar spoke exclusively to Republic Canada. Listen in.
ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಅದು ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ. ಅದು ಧರ್ಮದ ಸ್ಥಾನ, ಅದು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಾನದ್ದು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಭಂಗವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಅದು ದೂರ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
All right, let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who brings us more details on this. Abhishek, tell us about the questioning as far as SIT is concerned. We're learning that more YouTubers are under the scanner, and one of them has been asked to bring the laptop and the camera today. Give us more details.
Mass burials that have happened in Dharmastala, according to the whistleblower or Sinaya, who has been named as of now. It is also clear that various other YouTubers were used to defame Dharmastala in various other instances, and some of the YouTubers have been called in to the interrogation by the special investigation team. Some of them are namely Mana from Kerala and Abhishek from one of the local YouTuber who belongs to the state of Karnataka. they've also faced a couple of days of questioning already as of now, and they've also been informed that they will have to appear in front of the special investigation team as and when directed. Also, we shouldn't forget the fact that they have been informed that they will have to produce the equipments which had been used to create videos against Dharmastala, which spread misinformation. And also, they are the police have informed that these YouTubers, along with various other members of various other social media groups, will have to be present in front of the special investigation team with all the evidence and proof as to mention which led to the misinformation spreading about Dharmasthala. And also we should see how the investigation continues with respect to the YouTubers, because they have demanded all these YouTubers should bring their laptop and camera which had been used during the creation of various other videos which spread information on Dharmasthala. So we will have to see how this will continue in the next couple of days. Tanisha.
All right, Abhishek, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. And now shifting our focus, we have breaking news coming in. Congress MP Tariq Anwar got a piggyback ride in Bihar's Katiyar during a flood inspection drive. Villagers in the video that we will be showing you can be seen wading through the waterlogged field while carrying Congress MP Tariq Anwar. He's the MP from that constituency, and the villagers could be seen backing him on their backs. And he was there to inspect the flood-hit area. We're learning that Congress MP piggybacks on people to avoid slush during the flood survey. Now, Congress has come out in support of its minister and is defending by saying that Mr. Anwar was unwell while LOP Rahul Gandhi is on vacation. Congress MP piggybacks on the poor. There on the screen, you can see those are visuals coming in from Bihar. That is, in fact, Congress MP Tariq Anwar. He's the MP from that particular constituency. He got a piggyback ride in Bihar's Katiyar during a flood inspection drive. Now, in this viral video, villagers can be seen wading through the waterlogged field while carrying Mr. Anwar on their backs, who was there to inspect a flood-hit area. Now, to defend him, the Congress party has said that he was not well, but now BJP has hit back at the Congress party, saying that this clearly shows the VVIP culture. Listen into what the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की एंटाइटल्ड मानसिकता, इनकी राजशाही सोच, नवाबवादी सोच, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के सांसद तारिक अनवर दौरा कर रहे हैं बाढ़ग्रस्त इलाकों का, वहां पर भी इनको वीवीआईपी प्रोटोकॉल और वीवीआईपी फैसिलिटी चाहिए। मतलब जो जनता जिसकी समस्या देखने और सुनने वो गए हैं, उन्हीं के कंधे पर चढ़कर वो दौरा कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी तो वैसे वेकेशन मनाने चले गए, उनको तो पंजाब, हिमाचल, किसी भी प्रदेश की चिंता नहीं है। और जो कांग्रेस के नेता है वो कंधे पे बैठे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता है जो कांग्रेस बोलती है कि वो छुप गए हैं। तो देखिए, एक वेकेशन मोड पर है राहुल गांधी, दूसरे लग्जरी और राजशाही मोड पर है तारिक अनवर, तीसरे हाइडिंग मोड पर है आम आदमी पार्टी, केवल वर्क मोड में है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, जिसके नेता लगातार ग्राउंड पर है, जिसकी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की टीम और एजेंसी लगातार काम कर रही है, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी भी बाढ़ग्रस्त इलाकों का दौरा करने वाले हैं। तो ये होता है वर्क मोड और राजशाही मोड, वर्क मोड और वेकेशन मोड।
And the Congress party has defended this act by the Congress MP, saying that it was really hot there and he was not feeling well. His head was spinning, and as soon as he expressed this, the villagers picked him up purely out of love and walked around. But as you heard, the Bharatiya Janata Party has hit back at the Congress party and this MP from Katiyar for the VVIP culture. But as we told you, the Congress has defended its MP. But have a look at the visuals. Clearly, Congress MP can be seen piggybacking on the villagers. Let me go across to editor special reports Prakash Singh, who joins us with more on this. Prakash, we've been showing our viewers the very concerning visuals coming in from Bihar, where villagers can be seen, in fact, carrying the Congress MP who is there to inspect the flood situation. How are the local parties, in fact, they're reacting to this?
Well, the BJP is certainly attacking the Congress party. MP Tariq Anwar, who is an old